I know how there's access.
Holy crap, your mic.
Fix your microphone.
Oh wow. Who's that?
Sucks, but there's only access after you correct for longitudinal and latitudinal placements. So until you add spherical math, there's no access. The angles are measured true. You look at any arc of the parallel, they give the measured angle, then the corrected angle. When it's corrected for the datum you start with, which is a spherical datum. When you convert it from planar to spherical, there is access. That's because the world's not a sphere, and you're trying to take reality and wrap it around the sphere.
What?
Okay, we'll wait on Flatsy to come back on that one. But Battle Mod, your I don't know if it's just me, but your mic was super loud. My ears are bleeding. Okay.
Oh, my bad.
No
better?
worries. Yeah, your mic is usually low, so I had you at 200, so that's why it was extremely loud this time.
Yeah, my daughter kind of runs stuff. She's got my good mic, you know.
Yeah,
yeah,
no worries.
They say you measure triangles in reality that don't equal 180 degrees, and that's impossible. You're measuring straight line distances. It's going to be 180 degrees until you correct for the placement of the benchmark on a geoid, which would be latitudinal or longitudinal placements, because these lines converge, you have to correct for them. They converge at the southern and northern poles. So when you do geodetic survey, you're taking planar survey and wrapping it around a spheroid, which is the datum you start with. This is part of my profession.
Yeah. So do you get that, programmer?
What's that?
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm not
do-
gonna.
You can also do one where you try to do 3 points where you start on A, and for the 180 degrees you go, you know, let me see, 60 degrees to B and then 60 degrees to C. And when you're at C, you also try and go 60 degrees and try and see if you can hit B, and you will miss completely.
At what range? In what area?
At a large enough scale, which is a few hundred kilometers.
I mean, that's an assertion, but it's just not true in reality. We can hit 3 triangulated observations, no problem. It's not impossible.
It's just dude, what do you mean it's not true? You can just walk a straight line across.
You can also observe
at 60
straight
degrees.
lines. It's just not true. To say that we're going to look in 3 straight lines and it's not going to be a perfect triangle on Earth is undemonstrable. You can't demonstrate that because it's not true.
Really? You can't walk on land? Or what do you mean? You can't fly an airplane 60 degrees?
You can fly, you can walk, but you're not going to build a triangle that when you measure it becomes less than 180, period. It's line of sight. You're making them. It's either human error or you just don't know what you're doing.
So the human error is large enough to the point where somehow it is a human error. So how would you figure out if it's human error?
I'll show you an example and I'll tear your example apart. I don't want to debate your assertions.
Well, how do you figure out if it's human error?
Well, if you don't know that, why are you using survey as a proof?
Well, you're stating that it's wrong. So how do you know it's wrong?
No, I didn't say it's a wrong. I said you're your dichotomy is false. You can't observationally create. You can if you're trying to create an uneven triangle. That's easy to do. But if you're creating three 360s, you're going to do it 60, 60, 60. It's not going to be warped. It's line of sight from benchmark, from target to target, line of sight. It's only
Yeah,
after
so-
you place that in a spherical coordinate system that it becomes warped or has access or excess.
Spherical coordinate system. Why
That's
why
right.
would I put it in a spherical coordinate system? I'm just using the idea that I'm going from
Give me an
between A
example.
and B 100 times in a straight line.
Give a demonstrated example.
Demonstrate the example.
I don't debate anecdotes.
So I guess this court is all about that. It's just you haven't done it, so therefore
No. We just don't accept your word on this is true. Because this is a
I
scientific.
also don't accept your word that it's not true.
That's fine. When needed, I'll give citation. Will you?
So like I would like you to say that it hasn't been proven. Like
I said you can look
why
at
would
any
you say that it doesn't work?
any subset of the arc of the parallel. You can read the measured angles. They will equal within a margin of error that is acceptable, 180 degrees. It's only after you adjust for longitudinal and latitudinal placement that it becomes excess. That's not measuring
Not
an
necessarily what I'm saying.
on-true triangle. That's calculating one in a spherical coordinate system.
I think you misunderstand what I'm stating.
No, I think you're just trying to walk around the point.
No,
Yeah, we don't
I'm
measure
just simply saying
that
you-
are under, out of
I'm
180.
just simply saying you have point A and you're walking in a straight line for a few
Most
kilometers.
people
You don't
walk
need
a straight
special
line
instruments,
for life.
right?
Listen,
Other than this,
we use
that.
instruments because most people couldn't walk a straight line if their life depended on it.
No, because you can point at an object out in the distance, and you identify that as the 60-degree angle that you're supposed to hit, and you keep incrementing that as you
For
move
an angle,
forward.
you need more than one object, more than one position. One point doesn't create an angle. Sorry, what's it relative to? Angle
you-
relative to what?
So I'm saying you're figuring out a point A to
What?
point B. I'm just stating from point A to point B to draw a straight line. You
That's a
say
straight line.
apparently you can't draw a straight line. I feel like you haven't used a compass
No, that's
before
not
or
what I
anything.
said. That's not what I said. I said when you measure angles in reality and you come up with a triangle, it's going to be 180.
Yes.
Within
So when
the
you're at
acceptable.
point A,
That's
All right,
not
so
a
hold up.
spherical triangle.
I think this is difficult to explain if it's not visual. We're gonna just be chasing each other's tail.
Well, what you're talking about now is geometry, not survey. Let's just make
No,
that.
well, I'm saying that you can use like simple enough tools to walk from one point
You
to
can do
the
that,
other.
but nobody accepts that in construction or business.
Do you accept that?
It's not a state standard or a county standard. Nobody let me build on your eye. I measured 3 angles. I wouldn't even get a permit to do the work.
You just saying that it doesn't work doesn't really prove anything.
I didn't say it doesn't work. I gave a specific reason why we don't do that.
Thank you, Mike, for taking Flatsy's place and explaining this because I know I'm going to butcher the argument. I appreciate it. Hopefully, bro grammar, you understand the argument.
No idea what he's going about.
Okay, so if because he works with this stuff, he this
may
is
work
his
with-
field. That's why I let him speak, is because this is pretty much like he's an expert in it. So if you're not understanding what he's saying, I mean, I can't help you with that. But um, if you have other proofs of curvature, I'm willing to speak about it.
North Pole and South Pole. If you stare up in the sky, you can see stars that you cannot see in the South Pole. But when you stand in the equator,
Right.
you can see both, or
They don't
parts
believe in
of it.
Antarctica, bro.
Right.
They don't believe in Antarctica.
Okay. Don't Maverick, please don't straw man us. Okay. Um, so you see stars at different places on Earth. How does that prove globe?
No, I'm saying, let's say you see Orion's belt in the
Right.
northern hemisphere. You're in the northern hemisphere in the global perspective. Northern hemisphere, and then
Yeah.
you walk to the equator, and you still see the Orion's belt. But as further south you move, Orion's belt becomes uh, eclipse from the horizon. You cannot see it at
Yeah.
all in the
It's
southern
because
pole.
it's because you're just too far away for you to see it. If you're
No, I said
if you're in a
it gets eclipsed from the horizon slowly as you move south, further south.
further away, I know.
Yes,
It's because it's too
it's not.
far away for you to you're in different parts of the earth. So if you're on the opposite side of the earth, you're not going to be able to see the
When
stars that are
wait,
like, let's say for example, you're in a big warehouse, right? You're looking up at the ceiling. If you're in the middle of the warehouse, you're
that's
going
not
to
the
see
same.
one. It's
That's
it's
not the same compared
it's
to
a similar
eclipsing.
analogy, okay?
No, it's not, because if you were in a warehouse, you can use like instruments, very powerful instruments, to see what you want to see on the ceiling on the other side of the corner.
If it's a
But
big enough
in this
warehouse,
case,
you're not gonna be able to see the ceiling. It's perspective, bro. You're not gonna be able to see the central lighthouse or light bulb versus if you were on the outer edge of
so are you saying
warehouse.
technically the light bulb exists in my view, but it's just too dim? Is that what you're stating?
Not too dim, but too far away.
But it is
Like from
technically
your
true.
position,
If I,
it would.
basically, if I have true vision, basically I can, like, if for whatever reason I have true vision, technically I can see that, is what you would say.
What do you mean true? What does that mean? True
Like
vision?
like like it's, you can draw a straight line from my position to the light bulb, and it would be within my view, right? It's just that
Mhm.
I am not capable of seeing it. Is that what you're stating?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
perspective, angular resolution, and all that plays a part when you're looking at things that is
Then
at a
how would you
distance.
prove like Orion's belt? I draw a straight line, but then that's not true vision, or it is true vision. In this case, I'm going to
Uh,
use true vision as a loose term to quickly describe this phenomenon. I don't know if there's a better fucking term.
yeah, I'm not understanding what you mean by true vision. We can't see forever, and we can't see everything from one place.
Well, I stated what I meant by true vision, drawing a straight line from my eyes to that light bulb, right? And there's nothing blocking my view.
Yeah, but you have a limitation on your
Yeah, I
line of
understand
sight.
that.
You have Okay, then
Okay, I'm
what's
just
the
saying,
problem,
just the line from my eyes to the light bulb,
right?
nothing blocking, right? I
Right.
would define that as, let's say, true vision, or whatever you want to call that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So Orion's belt eclipses, that means the ground has blocked the vision of Orion's belt.
Okay.
That's not the
It's
same analogy relative to your warehouse.
I'm trying to like if I- okay, there is like a vanishing point where things appear to just uh I don't know, you're using eclipsing if you want to call it, I guess, where things converge into one spot, right? And
No,
if
like
you're if
the
yeah,
horizon of the ground
yeah,
is
I
now
know,
covering Orion's belt.
because you're far away from it. Like I don't understand what you're not understanding
Wait,
here.
just because
It's
I'm far
perspective.
away,
If you're too far away from things, they become slowly, eventually they will
curve.
I hate using the word disappear, but that's basically what's happening.
What do you mean?
They
The
will
farther away you curve, like your vision curves,
not
or what?
curves. There's no so you're invoking curvature is what's blocking your vision or your the stars, right?
Yeah, the ground is curved. Is what I'm stating.
Okay. So
That is blocking your vision to
so
see
you're
or
saying it's curvature. So you're saying it's curvature. I'm saying it's perspective and how far away things are from you. We can argue about this all day long, but so what we have to do is we have to try to prove that the ground is curving.
so if okay, based on this
So
like
that's
logic,
why looking at things in the sky is never going to help you about what the ground is doing.
because that's kind of weird because as you move south on the equator, Orion's belt shifts further closer to the ground.
I
Ooh, where's the
okay.
ground
So
So
curving?
then
how
prove that the ground is curving. Prove that what is obstructing Orion's belt is the actual curvature of the ground. So you
because
have to prove that.
you would have to think in the perspective of if you were on a sphere, how would it look like to you if there's an object out in the distance and as you
Yeah,
move
but
south to it? So you
that's
would
your
have to.
claim.
That's not really a claim. That's kind of just
Yes,
basic
because
like
I try no I try
perspective.
to explain to you no I try to explain to you what actual perspective is and you're not understanding. So then I'm saying this is why we see the stars this way, and you're saying you have another claim which is this is why we see the stars because of the curvature of the earth. So now instead of looking up at the sky, let's look at the ground and actually have
Because
a measurement of some sort where you're measuring dip over distance, right?
so you stated previously, okay, let me break down this assumption. You're saying the further distance you are, the what? What happens to this object
Nothing happens to the object, but your
or the
perspective
visual?
changes, right? Your vision is there's a limitation to how far you can
So
see. Therefore, you're not gonna be able to see forever into the horizon, right?
does
So it's gonna appear to merge into the horizon.
does this happen to all like objects no matter how far the distance is? Are they all constant or are they all the same or different? Like if I'm looking at the moon like compared to like Saturn, which is farther away, or Pluto or whatever, another galaxy out in the are those all
Bro,
experiencing the same thing
why are
or
you
what?
going again to things in the sky? Why don't you just prove the ground is curving?
Because I am trying to understand what you mean by this not able to see things because of
Can you
distance.
see forever? Can you see forever? Is there a limitation to your eyes?
If you have instruments, no,
Even if you have so you're saying
because
even if I have a telescope binocular, I can see forever?
well, there are certain telescopes that if you point at the star for long enough, it can keep going on and on forever. So, like the Hubble telescope, they point a random point in the sky
No,
and
let's
they
keep
looked at
it
it for 30 days.
mm, right, right. Okay. Okay.
What I'm saying is that no matter, like, of course, there's a limitation with what your eyes is, but I'm not going to just use my eyes because there's obviously things better than my eyes to look for things. So I'm going
Yeah,
to
which
go
also
to that
have
extreme.
limitations, which also have limitations. Any instrument that you're going to use are going to have limitations on them. You're not going to be able to see forever. Even if you're
So when
using a
you say you
telescope,
can't
even if
see,
you're using a what?
so are you in the boat that as things go further away, they dim or not?
It depends. Yeah, I mean, it
Okay,
can.
what's the difference between that happening versus what's happening with like the moon being eclipsed by the horizon?
How do you mean? What's the difference between what and what? The moon and what?
Like let's say the moon is being eclipsed by the horizon, right? The ground is
Hmm.
covering it, right? So apparently for you, that's apparently moving the like distance is getting further away from you. right?
Mhm.
Versus, let's say the moon continues to move further out and dims slowly. What's the difference between those two? So when I
Between the
say
moon,
the
well,
first the
I
first
didn't claim
example,
the moon dims though. I didn't claim that the
no,
moon
I'm not
dims when it goes
saying the
further
moon
away.
is dimming or anything.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that
Okay.
you're saying that. I'm
Okay.
making a theoretical makeup world,
No,
right?
let's
I'm
stick
trying to
to reality.
understand. Okay,
Let's
I'm
stick to
trying to
reality.
understand your distance thing. If you cannot go into a like virtual world to describe this,
I
then how
did,
am I
and you
going to
didn't
understand this?
understand it. I did explain with the warehouse, and you didn't understand it. So my question was, okay, let's forget things in
Because
the
it goes against
sky
some
and
physics,
bring it
bro.
back down to the ground. What is it?
It goes against physics 101 with what
What
you're trying to describe.
what physics are we talking about?
Because I'm trying to
You're
differentiate
observing things
again.
in the
Okay,
sky and you're just coming up with
all right.
an
Look,
explanation for it.
let me change
So
the
I'm
example
saying
here.
we both have an explanation for
A
we
light
both
bulb.
have an explanation for what we see.
I stand on the
But you're
ground. You have a friend with a light bulb, and he walks further away from you, and it's the light bulb's dimming away, right? Distance is getting greater, correct?
okay, sure. Sure.
Okay, what's the difference between that and you take a friend with the light bulb?
Why are we talking about light bulbs?
Oh my
Like
lord!
I said, listen.
If you
No,
cannot think in a way to
listen
describe
to
this,
me. Listen, okay? You don't seem to understand perspective. So,
you're the
just
one that has your
prove
physics upside down.
this is not, listen, forget, okay. I'm trying to get you back to the actual argument of whether the earth is curving, the ground, is it curving or not? And you always keep pointing to the sky, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at to whatever. What I'm asking you is, can you just, is there a measurement of some sort that shows there's an actual dip over distance based on the globe claim?
I can. Why is it I can't use the stars and the sun?
Because that's not what we're trying to prove. Like just how we demonstrated
No,
earlier, you can come up with your own explanation. I can come up with my own explanation.
you're trying to
And
box me into something
no,
that you want to talk about.
yes, because the topic is
That's
the
lame.
ground. The topic is the ground. I don't
Yeah,
give
but you can
two.
use things, objects around you to describe whether something is curved. It is a valid argument. For you to say that is lame. Because then
No,
that means your physics
the reason
101 is
the reason
basically
it would be
you
the
haven't
reason it
taken it.
no, the reason it would be valid, it would be invalid, is because we can't really, uh, like I said, we both have an explanation for it, and there's no way for us to really verify anything in the sky of like why they do what they do, right? So we both have an explanation for it. That's why it's an invalid argument on your part.
Like
That's why we
so
always have to go. That's why I'm trying to get you back to the ground, because if
you
there's
you
an actual curvature to the ground, it should just be easy for you to prove the ground is curving.
because
But that's
Orion's
not the
belt
case.
is a point in the sky that doesn't move as much at all. It is
It
a
doesn't
we
matter.
to
Like
us
I've explained that to
it's a
you already.
constant.
I've explained that.
It's a constant.
I've explained that to you already. And so you don't seem to understand. So
Well,
what
you
I'm
don't
saying
seem
is,
to
can you?
understand my point.
Okay, fine. I don't understand your point. We both don't understand each other's point. So now let's get back to the ground and see where it curves.
See, then yeah, that's where you just move on to something else.
I'm not moving on to something else. I've explained it for you for like the past 10 minutes. You don't understand it. You're claiming I don't understand your
I was
point.
trying
So
to,
that's why
but
I'm trying.
you're not willing to come up with hypotheticals to explain it.
I did. I came up with the warehouse explanation, bro.
Yeah,
You don't
and
understand it. What do you want me
yeah,
to
and
do?
I was comparing it to the dimming. and straight line from your eyes to the light bulb versus something obstructing it. What's the difference? You wouldn't go down this path.
It's kind of like with the
So
Jew memes. The goyim know, shut it down.
so then you don't have I'm just gonna assume you don't have a measurement of curve.
Yeah, you're just trying to push a different topic.
No, the
'Cause
topic is whether the ground is curving or not.
You're not.
And
No, it was about originally you asked me to give you one example, and I gave you an example, and now
of
you're
the Earth
saying
curving. Yes, that's what I remember asking.
I would know. I was talking about North and South poles.
Yeah, I asked for Earth curvature, and you brought it to why we see different stars in different parts of the Earth, and I explained that to you.
Yeah, and it's false.
So you claim. That's why I'm saying let's go get away from the sky. And do you have like other, because here's the thing. For me, we see too far on the ground. And I'm not talking about the sky, I'm not talking about the sun, the moon, whatever. I'm talking about the actual ground that we're standing on. We see too far. And that's the biggest debunker of the globe. According
Because
to the
based on-
geometry that they give us, we see way too far, and there
You're-
is no explanation for that.
Based on what you describe, your logic
That's
breaks
objectively a
down
lie.
to the
You
fact
simply deny the
that
explanation.
we can see the moon, but for you shouldn't be able to see Pluto or Jupiter or Orion's belt because those are obviously farther away. Based on
You
your
claim
logic,
they're further away. That's the problem. You already assume it's further away. It's based on your
Well, you can
whole premise is
simply-
built on an assumption.
no, it's not an assumption because you can
You just
see
said they're too far away. How do you know Pluto and Jupiter and whatever else
further
you said
away.
is way further? How do you know?
Because like the moon can eclipse Orion's belt at certain times. So you know
How
the
do
moon
you
the moon is
know
in
it's
front
further away?
because the moon is in front of Orion's belt. And then you can do like, oh, Jupiter eclipses Orion's belt. So then that means Jupiter is closer to us than Orion's belt. And then you just keep going down this road. You go down, oh,
Right.
that galaxy eclipses that galaxy. So that
Right.
galaxy is you just keep going down this chain of events.
Right. So again, you're assuming all of that stuff. So you don't have, that's the thing with the things in the sky, is that there is no actual tangible verifiable method for you to confirm any of your
Well, there's also the
assumptions.
square root formula for how light dim.
That doesn't help you, bro. That goes against that's gonna ruin your globe assumption.
Why? Inverse square law.
Yeah.
Please look it up.
The way we see the sun, how the way how the
As
stupid
the intensity of light,
stars, how they claim
the-
we see stars, and the brighter they are, they just make them bigger.
no, the
To,
intensity of light
to
diminishes based on the inverse square law.
So you know
Understand that.
So
The
you
intensity
claim-
of light diminishes over the inverse square law.
Rossi, if you're back, I just need 2 minutes. I'll be right back. If you can take over real quick.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah. So you said that you know that stars are further away because you see the moon go in front of them. You see a bigger, brighter light overtake the smaller, lesser lights. That's all you can say. That doesn't prove distance. And for your other point that you were just talking about with the inverse square law of light, that hurts your position in your cosmology. And that is why there's an Obler paradox.
How does
So
it hurt?
you shouldn't be, because they have to adjust the brightness of the star mathematically. Mathematically, they have to adjust the brightness of the star for it to be explained mathematically why you can see it at such a crazy distance. So the whole night sky, the vacuum of space should be all lit up at the brightness that all these stars have to be at these distances. That's why you have the Obler's paradox. So that
What's
doesn't
the Euler's paradox?
that brings less validity to your cosmology.
What's the Oberler's paradox?
The Oberler's I just told you what it was.
You just said it's the Oberler's paradox, and then that's it.
The Oberler's paradox. Mathematically, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what it is. They have to adjust for the brightness. Mathematically, this is all done in your theoretical physics, not actual physics. So let's get past that. They have to adjust the brightness of the star for them to be able to calculate the distance and for you to still be able to see it with the inverse square law intact to satisfy it. So at the rate that they increase the brightness of the star, all of these stars that have to have their brightness mathematically adjusted to fit the inverse square law of light and for you to be able to see it at the distance that they claim that they're at, the whole vacuum of space should be lit up. That's why it's called the Oberler's paradox, because
What is
see
it? What is
night
the
sky
problem
dark.
it's trying to solve?
Hear you what?
Please state me the problem that it was trying to solve.
The Oberler's paradox is because of a contradiction. These stars are all bright. The vast vacuum of space should be lit up with how bright these stars have to be for you to be able to see them at those distances. So it's a paradox because look at the night sky and it's dark.
That's not quite the explanation.
Well, they claim that the vacuum of space is all dark. Darkness.
I think you have trouble explaining it. I think that it's
I did it
stating
in very
here.
layman's terms. Like this is, I wouldn't be able.
You can
say
put
that
in
I
one
understand
sentence.
it. If I can't explain it, you're wrong.
Yeah, it needs to be like one sentence that is kind of simple enough. I think it states is based on this one I'm seeing here. It says the night sky should be bright everywhere with no dark spaces in between, but that's not what you observe.
Mhm.
Is that what you're
Yep.
stating?
Yes, but I'm giving you more in depth of why it is a paradox.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get around this.
Don't Google something and then just claim you're an expert on it when I've
I'm
looked
not
into
claiming
it.
I'm an expert. I'm trying to understand your words, but it's not being very clear.
Okay. All right. So to claim the distance that these stars are at, I don't want to get hung up on this because it's so tedious, anyways. At the distance that these stars are at and how they have to mathematically be adjusted for the brightness for you to be able to see it to satisfy the inverse square law of light. They would have to be so bright that the night sky should be lit up. There should be no dark space in between.
Basically, they have to add something to
Paradox.
explain something that's impossible using the inverse.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, sort of.
So many people.
This here, Oberl's paradox does not directly contradict inverse square law. Oberl's paradox is a theoretical contradiction.
Why it doesn't? I told you
Yeah,
why
it's
it doesn't.
theoretical.
I told you why. They adjusted the brightness of the star mathematically.
Otherwise, the inverse square law is a fundamental principle in physics.
That doesn't help your globe, bro.
Oberler's paradox isn't
underpinning
fundamental.
infinite age and
They have to
size.
put that in there to explain something that they can't explain.
Cause effects of cosmos. These factors limit the amount of starlight reaching us. Inverse square law remains a well-established principle.
Anyway,
Describes
do you
physical
have curve
phenomena,
measurements?
such as the intensity of light, weakening distance,
Yes,
does not
no.
directly contradict Oberl's paradox, but instead helps us understand how intensity of light decreases with distance
All
from
right,
things.
just mute yourself when you're reading.
Well, you guys are making claims, but this is not the consensus.
No, you brought up inverse square law, and we're just going off of
She
that.
brings up Oberl's
So
paradox.
I'll bring it back to the measurement of the ground. Why do we see too far? At least further than what the globe claims.
I thought you said we can't see like even objects on Earth, but somehow we can see objects outside of Earth.
What? I never said you can't see things on Earth.
Well, the
She's
dude
talking
that
about on the
moves
ground.
away from you, the dude moves away from you. Somehow you
He's
can't see him.
talking-
Right there.
Listen
She's
to
talking
what
about
I'm asking.
ground level, we see too far laterally.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah.
contradicted
Listen
yourself,
to what I'm asking. Why do we see too far on the ground when the globe claims there's a certain limitation due to the curvature of the Earth?
Too
see
far
enough
is
for
like
the
your
flat Earth, though.
scale.
Yeah. I can't understand when both of you are talking.
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting.
That's fine.
So-
If you have an answer, you could whatever.
I mean, we're
Yes,
talking
if
about
you
that
want.
scale then. If the Earth is so large,
I simply
No,
wanted
we
to
are
ask,
given.
do we see enough far
you
for
don't
the
see
Earth
the
to be
entire
flat
Earth.
at the same time?
Wait, one at a time,
there's
guys. What?
Who the fuck is talking now? The fuck is this?
I'm trying.
Embo is on your side. Go ahead, Embo. Let's hear what you got.
I wanted to ask, because you said that we see too far for the Earth to be a globe, I wanted to ask, do we see enough far for the Earth to be flat at the same time?
We see too far for the claimed globe measurement. So they're giving us a specific dimensions, right? So according to those dimensions, the math that they give us, we see way too far.
Okay, but do we see enough far for the Earth to be flat?
That's what does that even mean?
On the Earth to be flat, there would have to not be a horizon. You would see infinity.
That's not true.
No, you. This is going back to what I said earlier. You cannot see forever, guys. What do you not understand about that?
I mean, I can, assuming that the light source is enough bright. I don't have, a reason why to not see.
What? I didn't understand that. I'm sorry.
Assuming that the light source is enough bright for me to detect with my eyes, I don't have a reason why I shouldn't see something at some enough distance.
Because first of all, you have a limitation of how far your eyes can see. There is atmospheric conditions. There's other factors that is blocking you from seeing from point A to point B. But my question is, which you're not addressing, is that why do we see too far for the claimed globe measurements?
You just explained that to yourself in your previous answer. Atmospheric conditions.
I see too far because of atmospheric conditions. You have a geometric
Yes.
horizon, dude. You gotta. Your claim is not atmospheric condition. The globe does not claim atmospheric conditions. It's a curvature that is blocking my view, supposedly. So if I see beyond those
Okay.
curvatures, that means that curvature does not exist.
So, for example, sources like Wikipedia are describing the official narrative, the globe narrative. So if you Google atmospheric refraction and go to Wikipedia article, what will you read there? How does the atmospheric refraction is claimed to affect the horizon on the globe model?
How many horizons does the globe have?
The astronomical horizon, the geometric horizon, the apparent horizon, a couple of them.
God dang, I didn't even. Okay, so
Oh,
so with the geometric horizon, like, why am I seeing too far? Because the geometric horizon should always be blocking my view, right?
Yes, and it does. If you see look at the distance, you will see that even though you see it, further away than geometrically, you still see the horizon obstructing distant objects. For example, the sunset, it happens always can be the light for a couple of seconds due to atmospheric refraction, but it's always happening every single day.
That's just the
Okay.
sun moving away.
If you don't like
Yeah.
the sun, you can charge it to any terrestrial object. You will always see everything being obstructed at some distance.
The sun's not always obstructive. Sometimes it just turns into a small ball. Like you see it literally go away. It depends on the weather conditions.
Yeah, and
Yes,
the
that's
pro
exactly
the
my
problem
point.
for you, the problem is for you is not when the horizon, which is apparent, is obstructing your view. It's when it's not obstructing your view. That's what you need to explain, which is why we see too far.
But when you make observations at very, very long distance, you will always see the horizon obstructing your view. Even refraction can help you there. For example, let's
How can
say
something
200
apparent
kilometers.
obstruct your view? How could something apparent obstruct your view? Please explain that.
You literally just debunked yourself because you claimed that the horizon is only an apparent effect, but we see it obstructing distant objects. You
Oh,
literally just
on the
debunked the flat
contrary.
position.
It
On
is
the
an apparent. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Flat.
No, I'm sorry. On the contrary, it actually debunks your physical Earth curve horizon. Is a paradox.
It's definitely not a paradox. It's what we are expecting to see, considering the laws of optics and geometry.
Okay, so you know the black swan argument. Surely you do.
Yes, it ignores
The
the
horizon,
second part. Optics.
yeah, the horizon should be a physical location where you can't see any further. Hold on.
Okay. Until she comes back, do you understand the black swan?
Yes, I do. It ignores optics, as I already said.
It's what? I'm sorry. I didn't understand that part.
The black swan argument ignores optical effects.
Oh, it ignores optical effects.
Yes.
Explain from your point of view what's happening in the black swan.
Okay, so the light, not only in the atmosphere but general, bends. It bends towards the denser medium. That's refraction. So in the atmosphere, the air is layered vertically. You have the denser air at the bottom and less dense at the top. That's something that shouldn't happen on a flat Earth in the first place, because they don't claim gravity. But I'm not going to go deeper into that. But the result of that is that the air bends in typical conditions downward, which makes the distant objects appear higher than they are in reality geometrically.
Okay. So go ahead. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
My point is that the distant objects will appear higher than they are physically. That's my point, including the horizon.
Are you just invoking refraction?
Yes, that's how refraction works.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna try to post and what happens when refraction is, for example, because all of what you said is it's BS, but what happens when the refraction is minimized by infrared photograph? I'm gonna try to post
Refraction.
this. Yeah, go ahead.
The refraction, it isn't really. It is minimized to some extent because the longer wavelength they refract less, but the difference is really so small that it's insignificant.
So it's
There-
always going to be refraction no matter what. That's your
Yeah.
argument.
So if different wavelengths were refracting to different extents to some significant amount where you could physically see it and make it and it would make some difference, then we would see a rainbow outline in distant objects because the red from these objects will get displaced slightly less than the blue. So you will see a red outline of everything in the bottom and blue outline of everything in the top. And that happens only in astronomical objects when they are low above the horizon. That's called atmospheric dispersion. And that happens because they are their apparent position is shifted upwards due to refraction. But that effect is so small in the terrestrial objects that it isn't observed in them.
So in summary, what are you saying, bro? Can you just summarize it?
Yes, so I'm saying that the difference in refraction between different wavelengths is so small in terrestrial objects that observations in infrared wouldn't make a difference in than the observations in visible light. Refraction in both of them would be very similar and wouldn't make any significant difference.
Right. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to find the picture here. 1 second. Oh, come on. What the heck?
Lulu, you had it right. He's saying refraction no matter what.
Yeah.
When you keep the physical edge, he's just saying it's because an excuse.
That's not really an excuse, it's simply a basic application of optics.
No, it's not, because if you had a physical edge and you had a measured globe, we would be able to see that we live on the globe and measure the globe. But when we try to test the predictions of the horizon, the distance to the horizon on the globe, on the Earth, we don't see that. It's false. So you can come up with excuses, but you need to be able to verify it instead of trying to make the globe unfalsifiable.
Pointing out that the air exists isn't an excuse.
So with refraction, you got to think it's pretty limitless because it like doubles and triples what you're supposed to see a lot of the time, and that's just not possible.
Definitely not
It's
limitless.
you can start going up to the distance that is refracted, and you won't see any distortion once you're going up to it, which you're supposed to see. If it truly is refraction, you're supposed to see distortion while you're going up to the object that's refracted, and you don't see that.
You literally always see distortion in distant objects.
No. Yeah, you see distortion, but you don't see like the change. It just comes more clear.
So
refraction can't triple a distance. It can't.
When you're very near above the surface, then yes, because refraction is strongest the lower you are. When you're somewhere high in the mountains, it can definitely can. The angle the light has to bend for it to triple the distance is very small.
It has to in order to fit your model, but it can't.
Well, parroting refraction doesn't really help you because refraction isn't something that you would deal with in one medium anyway.
Right.
It definitely
Can I
is.
just
If
point
it
out?
wasn't,
Can I
if it
just point
wasn't,
out real
you
quick?
wouldn't see mirages.
Can I just point out real quick that when the refraction index is 0, we see further. Da, da, da.
How is that? How do you know when the refractive index is 0?
I'm saying on the clearest, driest day when there's not a whole lot of like moisture in the air, there's not the things needed for refraction to happen. When the refraction index is 0 and on a very clear, dry day, we see even further than we should. So how is refraction even an argument to try to validate the globe?
Then why in every single long distance observation that is being commonly used by flat earthers, the air is very, very wobbly. When you zoom in, it's very, very present.
Say that again?
You can see it. why in every long distance observation videos that flat earthers use, the air is very, very wobbly, and there is very present distortion.
This is so you're saying that wobbliness, I'm saying on, you're not understanding, I guess. I don't know, we can still see way further than we should. That
Yes, so
wobbliness, that waviness is something called atmospheric refraction or atmospheric distortion.
turbulence.
You're seeing a bunch of
Yep.
air and stuff, different heat. It's gonna distort something that you're gonna see super, 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 super far away that you're not supposed to be seeing.
Yep.
That's just what's gonna happen.
Exactly. It has a lot to do with the temperature and the temperature of the air above the water, and the temperature of the water. It absolutely
Yes, I
matters.
definitely agree with that.
The farther you see, the more weird it's gonna look from far away because it's very far and you're getting that image.
But refraction can be accounted for by observing from very high height, because the higher you are, the weaker there is refraction. For example, in the observations from mountains, refraction is going to be very weak.
Isn't it funny how the higher you are, the more you could see, and that's the more there's refraction. It sounds like you're just trying to explain everything away with refraction.
Not really. I mean, what's the explanation for objects being for you being able to see more distant objects the higher you are on the flat Earth in the first place? Because I've
Line of
never
sight.
heard one.
Line of sight. You're gonna see things. You're gonna see things based on how high you are. If you're 6 foot tall, you're gonna the curvature should be 3.24 miles away. And if you're taller, it will be a little farther away. It all depends on where you're standing,
That's
how high you're
literally what's being
standing.
expected on the globe.
If you're brought up in a room, you're gonna see more of the room. It's that simple.
Not really. I would see the entire room, even from the
Yeah,
from the
you have to be
floor
brought up
level.
extremely high, obviously. But it's
No,
all you're
when
gonna.
I'm standing in my room right now, I can see my entire room being on the floor level.
You're if a 6 foot. This is not even like something that they that if you're a 6 foot tall person, the curvature is going to be 3.24 miles away. If you're taller, it's going to be a little farther away from your line of sight.
Yes, that's for example when the sun sets and you lay down on the beach, you can stand up and see the sun for a short moment, being again above the horizon.
Yeah, it's a line of sight. It doesn't work with it doesn't just work with curvature, which curvature is not very accurate for that because you could see way more than 3.24 miles if you're 6 foot tall. It's all about how tall you are and how far you're looking. That's it. And obviously, atmospheric conditions can affect how far you see. But if there was absolutely no like it was the clearest day and there was the best conditions to see far away would depend on where you're viewing, how high you're viewing from.
It depends on, yes, from how high you're viewing and also from temperature inversion.
But that has nothing that works on a flat plane. You can't say that doesn't
No,
work on
it
a flat
doesn't.
plane. You could see
You
more
didn't,
if you're higher.
but you didn't explain how that happened on a flat plane. You simply described how the effect looks without explaining how it happens.
You don't Okay, so you don't think that if you Sorry.
Go ahead, Tio.
Okay. It's line of sight. If an object's a certain distance away, you have to be a certain height to see it. A taller person will be able to see farther than a shorter
Wouldn't you
person.
have wouldn't you have a line of sight to every object if you were on a flat Earth, because it wouldn't curve away from you?
Yeah, we can see really, really far using that. But the thing is, there's also
So
atmospheric conditions.
yeah, you have to account for all the variables, right? But the higher you go, you're increasing your field of view. So then you're going to be able to see. If you put your face down on the ground, you're not going to be able to see as far. But if you're standing up, you're going to see further. Why? Because you're increasing your field of view. It's not because that room all of a sudden is curving down at a rate, you know. So all of your explanation, you just wave it away with refraction so far. Even when we give you a picture that is infrared, which minimizes refraction, you're still waving it away. Oh, that doesn't matter. It's refraction. So it's
Which
like
picture? Do you mean the one with the mountains? Because last time I wanted to discuss about it, I got muted. So I think that's not something that flat earthers are
I don't know
taking
where
easy.
last time you were at, or I don't know. But my point is, yes, that's just one of them where we see way too far. And the thing is, you just, no matter what we give you, your crutch is refraction. So it doesn't matter what type of explanation we give you, what type of evidence we provide you, it's always refraction. So
But that
unless
photo
you
in
have some
infrared, even
other
assuming
explanation for
even,
why we're seeing too far, I don't think this is going anywhere.
but you know that the photo in infrared of the mountains, assuming even no refraction and completely geometric positions, completely matches the globe predictions.
No,
Okay, so
it doesn't.
two
It's supposed. Go ahead, Flash.
what's the two media in that observation? What two media are there?
Air,
That's one medium.
but the air has different refractive index throughout of it.
Yeah, but it's
So
still
you
one
see
medium.
mirrors. Yes, I mean
What's the other
it's one
medium?
medium. The air of slightly different refractive
That's one
index.
medium. What's the other medium?
The air of slightly different refractive index. I already
That's
told you.
one medium. What's the other medium?
That's not the one medium. I mean, it's a
That,
one medium in
oh,
a
so
physical sense, but it.
air is multiple medium? Okay, got that for me,
Uh,
please.
I mean, in terms of refraction, the different mediums are not something that that has to be something from different element.
If it's not
It's
more than
simply
if it's not more than one medium, then it's not refraction. So
Yeah.
what's the other
how
medium?
do you do you wear glasses on
You
your
know, if
profile
it's
picture
only
when you
going
have
through
glasses?
one medium, we would
How do
see
you
it
think?
upside down, right? It has to
How
have
do
two mediums to see it right side up.
how do you think your glasses work? They are made from only glass. They refract light to your eyes, so you can see
You
better.
know, if you
Not
only
enough.
have one medium, it's going to be upside down. It's not going to be right side up. You need two mediums for it to be right side up.
Why?
Because refraction. Oh, look up a picture right now of a light getting refracted through a glass. What happens to it? Starts going the other direction. You need it to be refracted twice. You need two mediums in order for what you're saying to make sense.
Why should I look at the picture while I'm literally saying the same thing in real
No,
life?
you're saying you're
Because
making an explanation
oh, I'm
and you're
saying
saying that it's refraction, but it cannot be refraction. It's only going through one medium. If it was refraction, it would be upside down. It needs to be going through two mediums, and the one medium it's going through is air.
I wear glasses and I'm looking at the PC right now and I don't see an inverted image. So the glasses are made only from glass, from only one physical type of medium.
There's air between your eyes and the glasses.
So what? The glasses
That's
refract
still
light.
two
They are
medium.
they are made from with what? Are you trying to say that the air causes the light to bend? I mean, in that small
Yes,
amount?
that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying is the medium when you're saying that you said that air was two mediums before. You said that the different types of air in the way is two mediums. That's what you said. And now you're saying air's not a medium. You're only saying what fits your narrative.
You know that one of the flat earthers literally debunked your argument in the chat because someone sent a photo of a laser bending inside of the atmosphere.
What?
In the chat, there is a photo of laser bending inside of the atmosphere.
That's not what I said. First of all, there's many points that were just said, but the thing I'm saying right now is that the type of refraction you're talking about needs two mediums because you're not seeing the buildings, the boats upside down. You're seeing them right side up. You need two mediums for that. And there aren't two mediums in what you're describing.
Well, from where did you get the notion that you need two, different types of mediums made from different elements
Snell's
for the
law.
image to be upside down?
Oh, I don't know about that one.
It's Snell's law. And also there's a limit to how far refraction can go. I don't know that myself, but there is a limit. It doesn't triple like you're claiming it does. And you need two mediums to get the effect you're seeing.
Okay, so in that case, why me seeing through the glasses, which are made from only one type of medium, which is glass, aren't distorting the view by making it upside down? Even though they reflect light because they make me see better.
What are you seeing in your glasses? I don't understand what you're saying. Like your glass is the medium.
Okay,
Oh,
but
is
your
the air
argument.
around you distorting? Is the air around you distorting?
Yes, it is.
Where are you seeing this right now? In your house? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I would have to see it through many kilometers, but it is at longer distances.
So what can you explain to me exactly what you're viewing?
Okay, for example, when I see through a telescope to look at the distant objects or celestial objects, I see they are wobbling. That's a type of distortion that isn't present in a short distance.
It's present in shorter distances.
It's present in shorter distances only when you have a drastic difference in temperature, for example, above a campfire.
Well, anytime that you can see very far and there's a lot in between you, then it generally happens. But yeah, obviously temperature makes it worse.
Yes.
Have you guys seen the black swan photo for Flat Earth? That's generally what's considered a distortion there.
Yes, it has not only a turbulence, it has also some constant refraction because you can see that the entire rigs are bent, basically.
Well, you can see that the closer one is kind of bending, and the one that's very far is like wildly bending, you know?
Yes, I know. I'm familiar with that photo. From the same guy that took the black swan, there's also what I like to call a flat swan, which is basically the rigs being absolutely flattened. And that looks kind of hilarious, but assuming that they are in geometric positions, that's something that is a pretty absurd.
I don't know why you guys still bring up the rigs. That picture or the example for Black Swan has nothing to do with the rigs.
What?
I mean, the rigs are the
Yeah,
reference.
it's about the horizon. I don't know why you guys always bring up the argument is not about the rigs are just a way to like they're a set landmark that shows you distance. So that's why they're used. But the argument is about the horizon being behind the rigs, not about the rigs themselves.
Well, that's just not true. The photo literally
it's
puts
not?
the miles on it for that very reason, to show that you shouldn't be
They
able to see
put the
this far
miles on it because they
below Earth.
want you to know how far away the horizon is past those miles. It's even further than those miles where the rigs are. Where you should be seeing the horizon, it should be way in front of the
no, we're
rigs.
saying the same thing then. Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, so
the
it's
idea
not
is just you
about
shouldn't
the
be able to
rigs.
see this far. You should like get covered by the horizon.
Yeah, so it's not about the rigs. The rigs are just a mile marker.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying that in that photo you can see the distortion you guys were talking about. Like when it's just air.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The argument he's you guys are on the same side, but the argument he's making is just that it's always refraction. So it doesn't matter. But I just wanted to announce that we are going to be moving to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord to continue Ladies Night. Anybody is welcomed. If you are banned, let us know and we can
I'm banned.
unban you for the time being, and Mike, and
Come on, let's do that one. They'll be mad as hell.
and we would love to continue this conversation. It's just that we have other people that are not as comfortable talking here as they are at home base, so we like to give them the opportunity to also participate. But any Globers are welcomed. Embo, Reverse, Bro. I don't know if he's still here. The Bro guy.
Is the ladies'
Yeah.
night a recurring event?
Writing on eggs.
Yeah, it's every Wednesday at 1700 EST, so you can join us.
Writing on eggshells.
Thanks for having it here so I can hear some of it. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. What writing eggshells? What?
Said he's banned at the server, so if you want to unban him, he'll talk.
If they unban that prick, I better get it on.
Yeah, I'll try to see. I'll try to see what I could do, because I personally don't have the power, but I could try to get the people unbanned for today at least. But anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating at Ladies Night. As always, it's been a pleasure. But I'm gonna head over to Flat Earth server. I will put the invitation in the chat so that if you want to follow along, you are more than welcome. Again, if you are unable to log in or whatever, just give us a ping. Ladies, you want to say anything else before we move over?
Yeah, let's do this, because I want to talk about, do oil rigs burn oil that distort the air around where it's burning oil? Let's just go over there. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, cool.
Is it going to be in the main chat?
It's going to be in the live
main
stream.
Okay.
Yeah, in the live stream. So I put the link in the chat. So if you don't know where to go, just click on that, and you should be able to enter.
Thank you.
Yeah, anytime. All right, I'll see you all over there. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the Flat Earth men who were patiently sitting. I appreciate you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, now we're gonna beat you guys up. We're gonna beat the rest of you up that are sitting here.
Let's fight.
Put these paws on them.
Writing on eggshells. Why don't you on mic and you can talk about your imaginary shit. You want us to come up with, you want us to agree that a globe pulls things to the center when your scientists say things are pushed down. We lied to you about gravity.
I guess there's a bit to unpack there. Like, for starters, I don't fully get the difference between pull and push. Like, I imagine if a physicist were talking about it, they'd probably say something like forces applied in a direction.
Well, I'll tell you the difference. You can take a door, and push it open, but you can't lay your hands on the door and magically pull it towards you without grabbing onto something.
So is this, so the game we're playing is there is no push, there's only pull?
Nope.
Something like that.
Push. You're the one who wants there to be pull so everything can pull towards the center. And I said no, because your scientist said no. You might have to take that up with them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think these are really questions for science, and I'm not a scientist, so maybe they do. And then I think if they said what you were saying, I'd think, well, they're loopy, aren't they? So I probably wouldn't defer to them for this. It was just the questions I was asking were just related actually to whether you can take an elevation angle. The discussion I was having last night before I went to bed, thing you'd seen me typing to FE Jedi was I was curious if he'd changed his mind and whether you can take an elevation angle.
Yeah, I'm not going to buy into your reification fallacy.
What's reification?
You and your hypothetical bullshit about plumb lines.
Plumb lines
Working
hypothetical?
working on spherical masses within a vacuum. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean that's the trick here. I'm not going to be able to change your mind or even have a meaningful conversation if you just say, "Oh, I'm not having a conversation." So that's fine. It just seems strange to sort of go, "Hey, come and have a conversation," and then when I start conversing, go, "No, I'm not having a conversation." Like pick one, you know.
I was having a conversation. I told you what your science guys told us. They said we lied to you about gravity. Things don't get pulled down. Space-time pushes things to the ground. Space-time doesn't push.
I can probably still make it work with that.
Space-time doesn't push things together. They didn't say that. They said that space-time pushes things to the ground. So hanging balls in a closet is gone.
Is there a difference in the direction that something goes, right? Like, so I guess the question would be, if a plumb bob's pointing down, and previously some boffin had said, well, it's being pulled, and then some other boffin said, no, it's being pushed, has the plumb bob that's been there while they were having that conversation changed what it's doing?
Apparently, it's called deflection of the vertical.
I don't know what that means. Can you help me out with what that means?
Well, because of the uneven distribution of mass, warping space-time, your plumb line isn't going to be straight.
Is it? How much is it going to be curved by?
Yeah, but that's the claim.
Well, I'm not interested in the claim. I'm interested in your claim. How much is it going to be curved by? If that's true, is it going to be like pointing at 90 degrees?
This would be your claim if you're
invoking
geodesy. It would be your claim if you're invoking geodesy for anything.
Sure, my claim is plumb bobs point down.
Yeah, well, that's not.
Plumb bobs point down.
That's not
is
what
that
the
wrong?
Textbooks say. Yeah, I'm
cool.
telling
That's
you,
not what
wrong.
I'm saying, though, is it?
Okay,
Like,
so
are we talking to me or are we talking to a geodetic textbook?
Well, are you invoking geodesy to make a claim or not?
I don't even know what geodesy is, so I'm going to guess a strong no on that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, but this is the issue that I think Flat Earth often has is like, I can't actually argue with you, so I'm going to argue with like these weird strawman ideas.
The claim's on the table, dude. Well, it's not like
sure, the claim on the table is plumb bobs point down. Are we agreeing with plumb bobs pointing down?
Yeah, down being perpendicular to horizontal. Yes, not inward towards a ball. Yeah.
Sure.
Welcome to
If
Flat
plumb
Earth.
bobs observably point down, then can we take an elevation angle?
Yeah.
Sure. How? How do we take that elevation angle?
If it was flat, we could.
So what would stop us if it was pointing down and we're on a ball?
Oh, I don't know. Who said that?
Plenty of people. I mean, Waterball Professor, what's his name, said that moments ago in the chat. That's the person with
Okay, I might have hijacked a conversation in the middle of it without having the full understanding of what it was about. So
I
I'll just let
told
it
him
return to
that-
whoever was speaking before.
Yeah, I
You don't have
told
a
him
clue.
that. I told him that the scientists, the big guys, say they lied to us about gravity. It doesn't pull us down. Space-time pushes us to the ground, and he got mad at that.
No, I didn't get mad at that. I'm just saying, does that change what a plumb bob is doing? Is it in both of those conceptions is a plumb bob pointing down? I'm happy to accept either one so that we can move forward with the conversation. I feel like we're going around in circles. I feel like I just said exactly that, and then you said exactly that, and we're not actually getting anywhere. Will a plumb bob, whether it's being pushed or pulled, still point down in either model?
You have a model, you don't have a globe.
See, this is it. You're right. I cannot win. I cannot beat you guys. It's impossible to win if you refuse to have a meaningful conversation. If you refuse to acknowledge the premises I'm making and attack the actual premises I'm making, and you jump from one thing I'm saying to just bleat meaningless shit at me mid-conversation.
You're talking
yeah, you
about
win.
falsehoods. Who wants to talk about falsehoods and trying to say, hey, this fantasy thing, let's talk about fantasy. That's what you're doing. You want to push people into talking about falsehoods and say, hey, this falsehood is reality. Let's talk about it. But you're lying, bro.
Well, you test in my model of the world, you test reality. You go, hey,
You
there's
don't
these
have a
two
model.
possibilities.
Why you keep lying, bro? You
I'm
don't have a
not
model.
even talking about the shape of the earth now. When I say my model of the world, I mean, in how I try to decide what's correct, I go, it could be X, could be Y, could be A, could be B. Now, what tests can I run to do that? Is this car electric? Is it diesel? Is it petrol? And then there are tests I can do, right? Open, is there a fuel cap? Does it say diesel only? Do I put diesel in?
Nah, but those things are reality. Those things that you're talking about are reality. But then you're trying to connect
car
that
running
to
on
the
electric.
falsehood. You're trying to connect that to the falsehood of the globe, and that doesn't. That's like a different piece of a different
I
puzzle.
can still test falsehoods. I can still test falsehoods to determine their falsehoods. I can say this car's diesel and then test.
Yeah,
to
but
see
not
if
a
it's electric.
falsehood that
It's not
doesn't
electric,
exist.
but I can test that. Well, you can.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but
you can
then
test
if
to
you
see
have an
something
electric
exists. We're testing
vehicle and a
flat Earth now.
petrol vehicle, those are things that are reality. But then you're saying it's similar to the falsehood of the globe that doesn't exist anywhere in reality. But yeah, the thing in reality is similar to the thing in the fantasy. No, bro. Come on.
Okay. So
Right.
is what you're
Exactly.
saying?
So,
Is what you're saying?
wait. So maybe it runs off fairy dust farts.
Okay, that's just ridiculous. Is what you're saying?
That is
then-
what you are saying when you talk about the globe. Fairy dust farts.
I'm just trying to ask questions, but you're right. I'm not going to be able to get anywhere if you're not answering them. It's a very good strategy.
Stick
Refuse
to
to answer
reality.
questions.
Forget about the falsehood.
Sure. Is what you're saying then? It's impossible to test something if it's false.
Why
It's
you
impossible to
you so attached to the globe fantasy, bro? Why is that?
Well, I was just hoping you might answer questions, and I'm being sorely disappointed here. Not
Questions
surprised, but
about-
disappointed.
You're saying that because we observe a phenomena, therefore your model might be right because we observe a
No,
phenomena?
I'm saying you'll win. If you refuse to answer questions, then you'll win because you won't ever test your beliefs because you won't share your beliefs. You'll refuse to test
Bro,
them.
people
Like, when I
ask
say,
and answer
can you test
questions in
things that are
DVC
false?
all day long. You're making a falsehood saying that there's no answers to any question in here or something like.
I don't
people
remember saying
do
that.
this
I've been
all day
asking
long.
questions. That's a statement. I didn't make a statement. I've been asking questions. Just trying to ask questions. Can you test something if it's false? Because otherwise, it's a big problem, right, for flat Earth. If you're saying you can't test
Something that
anything,
is false, like
Okay,
the
you
globe,
go.
has been falsified. Has been falsified, and that is a fact,
So
and you
how did
deny
you
that.
falsify it? That's interesting. How did you test
Well,
it?
the
Except
geometry
by-
of the globe, of the claimed globe, was put into test, right? And then it was falsified. So it is a falsehood. And now you're saying, hey,
Okay.
it is a falsehood, but I still have questions about it.
Well, so it sounds interesting. It sounds like we're getting somewhere. You got the claimed geometry of the globe and you tested it. That's what you're saying.
Well, it was put to the test, but it was never found. So it's a falsehood. It doesn't exist.
Okay. So you
can't
did
test
test it.
something that doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, which that's where the discussion was last night. You can make, if somebody makes a claim, you can use that claim to make predictions and test those predictions, right? So if somebody says we're on a ball 39.59, you can make predictions. Hey, the horizon should dip at this point, and then you can test that prediction. Hey, look, the horizon doesn't dip at this point. So are we now at the point where we go, yeah, we can test things even if they're false? Are we there now? Have we made it? Or are you going to say flat Earth actually hasn't tested the Earth?
Can we
because it
test
can't?
something
Which
that
one are we in,
doesn't
guys?
exist? It's been falsified.
Yes, but you tested it to prove it was false, right? That's what I'm talking about.
You tested,
test-
you went
did
to
you
the
test it or
realist
not?
level, and then you went to look for the claim, and you couldn't find it. It's not there.
Sure. So you tested it. You made a testable prediction based on a model, tested it, and it came back false. Yes or no?
Based on
Simple
a
yes, guys.
geometry, not on a. I mean, the claim of the model is based on geometry, right? And you test that geometry in reference to reality, and then you
Sure.
find that geometry is not there.
Right. So the claim is the geometry. You tested the geometry. It's not there, and you proved it wrong. The claim is also, is it not, that masses are attracted or accelerated towards the center of that mass? Is it not? Is that not also a testable claim?
Well, you're saying that we already tested that claim is not there, because you're saying that mass is being attracted to the center of something, of a ball, but the ball is not even there. So how are you gonna test for things going to the center of the ball if the ball doesn't even exist?
How did you test for the ball if the ball isn't there? How did you test the horizon? If you can't test things that aren't there, how did you test the horizon? You don't see that you're walking around in circles here?
You use geometry and found out that there is no ball.
Right. So was it there when you tested for it?
No, it's not there because you didn't find it. If you didn't find it, it's not
tested
there.
for something, so you were still able to test for it though.
Just pull out a tape measure or laser and it tell you, hey, it's
I'm
a
not asking you
horizontal line, right? It's horizontal, no curvature, no slope, so there is no ball.
Right. So you were able to test it then. Why are you not able to test it now? Like, it's just make a testable prediction, then test it. What's dishonest? You can test things, right?
Yeah.
If you can't test things, flat Earth disappears. So you must be able to test things. Like, I don't understand. This is one of the fascinating things about flat Earth.
Yeah, you don't
You're so desperate to avoid exactly. Yeah, like that.
That's all you.
My point so
You
much
fail to
more
know the
eloquently than I could.
between they're testing for features that are claimed regarding the what we're standing on, and you're saying, and you're trying to conflate that with a globe.
How does
I'm just trying to
how
say
does
that's a
flat Earth
test. That's a
go
perfectly
away?
acceptable test.
How does flat Earth go away when you said you can't test anything? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like I said, it's you guys will win if you don't have a conversation that just moves sensibly from point to point. The point
Makes
starts
no
here.
sense. There's no point conversing with
So
you.
let me get back to the base point. If the testable thing is the observed phenomena is Plum Bob's point down, right? And then to me, both models have an explanation for that. It happens on both models, and both models have different explanations for why that happens. But the explanation is irrelevant because the effect is the same. All of us agree in this room that Plum Bob's point straight down. Unless somebody says they don't.
The phenomena of the things going to the ground is happening, but that doesn't mean being attracted to the center of the globe.
Fine,
that's where you're
okay.
jumping into the falsehood.
But I'm not. That's the thing. That's why the conversation is getting so broken. Is because
But
I'm not making that. Let me finish. But I'm not. But I'm not making that claim. That's the thing. You're jumping there in your head and going, I need to head him off at the pass. He's going to start talking about gravity. I'm not. If you don't know where I'm going, just let me get there.
You didn't use those words like 5 minutes ago. You didn't use mass being attracted to the center of something. You didn't say that.
Yes, absolutely, I did. I'm saying both.
Okay, that's my point.
But that's not the claim I'm making. That's just establishing.
So what is the claim? We both are next to each other and we observe things falling to the ground or other things going going up.
Oh, okay. So we all of us observe Plum Bob's hanging straight down. And what we're trying to test is, can you get an elevation angle depending on what surface you're on? Do you need horizontal to get an elevation angle? Now, what is horizontal in relation to Plum? If I had a horizontal line and a Plum line, what would be the relationship between them where they intersect?
Into a vertical, no? You have a vertical of the Plum line, and then that's based on, you get that from the horizontal.
Yep. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're bang on right.
So the horizontal, you get it from the horizon, and the horizontal line has zero slope.
So the horizontal line has zero slope, I agree with. Do you have to get it from the horizon?
That's where it comes from.
You can't get an angle from a curved line. That's not possible.
Right, we're jumping back to the start claim here. I'm trying to walk you to why that's wrong. But if you don't answer my questions, you win. So if you want to win, don't answer the questions. If you want to play the game, answer the questions. And maybe you'll win.
It's not a contest. Every point on that line will have a different angle on it. You cannot get an angle from a curved line. You can't.
So
do
that's
it
what
on
I'm testing.
You can't do it in life.
Sure, that's what I'm testing, but just making the claim again isn't getting us there. So let me keep walking you through these steps. As it's not get big at, who am I talking to now? We've had many chats, mate. I'm just forgetting your name currently. There's my phone. Anyway, if plumb and horizontal are definitionally 90%, then 90 degrees, then can I or can I not get horizontal from plumb? Yes or no? Can I get horizontal from plumb? My internet disconnected? Or is it too difficult a question? There's my phone. Tap, tap, tap. Is this thing on? Can you get horizontal from plumb? Yay or nay? Given they're 90 degrees from one another, if I have something that I know is straight up and down, can I not measure 90 degrees from that and go, well, that's definitionally going to be horizontal? Yeah. I can see my thing lighting up. Oh, thank you. That was a yes.
Yes, a plane or a line that is perpendicular to a plumb line will be parallel with the horizon's line.
Right. Awesome. So, do I need a curved surface if I was on a sloping hill or up in a plane or on standing on a boat on a ocean, even if that ocean was curved? Could I still obtain horizontal by going plumb, 90 degrees off plumb?
When you are standing on a hill and you use a plumb, yes, you can use, for example, surface of the water. You will find the plumb is perpendicular with the surface of a water.
Awesome. Nailed it. That is one way to do it. Or I could just do a plumb line. Like there is a thing called a plumb sextant, plumb bob sextant or something, I think it might be called. So,
I mean,
what are we establishing? What are we learning?
Well, what
That
we
the
are
perpendicular to vertical is parallel with the surface of the water.
Yes,
Wait.
nailed it. Well done.
No, wait.
Final question. Sorry, go on. Where you go, get again.
So, when you are on top of the hill and you hold a glass, yeah? Actually, you put down a glass of water and then you walk downhill like 100 meters and you put another glass of water down. You will find that the surface of the water in those glasses is parallel but at different altitudes.
Yeah.
Despite
I'm just on this
that
like
the hill is curved.
Yeah, exactly. Because water is doing the same job as a plumb bob. It's just that the level at the top of the water is giving you your horizontal, whereas the plumb bob's giving you your vertical. But if
Yes,
you've got
they
either one, if you've got water,
they
you've already got
conform to the
horizontal.
down vector.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They conform to the down vector. I think is a beautiful way of saying it. So yeah. So you've got your water, which already gives you horizontal, or if you didn't have that, or for some other reason you wanted to test, or for some reason you wanted to gain an elevation angle where you not need a surface, and this is, I'm guessing, what my dad did when he used a sextant to navigate, is used plumb. So now the question becomes, this old idea of you can't get an elevation angle from a curve is, what if I don't use the curve? Can I get an elevation angle from plumb?
He never used a plumb bob to take elevation angles. You're just lying.
No, I don't think he would have used a plumb bob. I think he would have used a what are they called? There is a special name for them, but it's like a bubble sextant is the name.
Level, water level, or
bubble sextant. It's like a plumb. Basically works in the same way.
Yeah.
So
they use level. Yeah, level, water level with the horizon. Got it.
So, but are you following the? Can anybody try and like put together the argument as I've got it, and then show why it's wrong, rather than just like say water level, yep, got it, which doesn't really do anything to the point I just made. It's just sort of blinking words at me.
So far, you said plumb bobs and elevation angles, and I said and then you got nothing against that.
Right, I've got nothing against nah. You kind of win. Like I said, if you don't engage in the conversation and you're not really following the premises to their conclusion, then yeah, they're all going to look silly if you pick out the odd word and go, "Hey, silly funny word."
So if you preface your point, maybe I can address it. But
Sure.
right now, I'm not following it.
Sure. So the point is, it's just on this single idea that I keep hearing from QE and a bunch of other people that you can't take elevation angles from a curve. There's no straight lines on a curve. And I'm saying, if I can get plumb on either model, if we all accept Plumb Bob's point down, then horizontal is always going to be 90 degrees to that plumb. So if I've got plumb, I can obtain 90. And if I can obtain 90, then I can get a elevation angle from that local 90, even if I'm in a plane in the sky.
Yes,
Elevation.
the problem is eggshells.
Yeah, let Michael take this, please. Sorry.
Go ahead,
So
Battlemon.
you're talking about celestial navigation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let's coming off for a conversation about celestial navigation.
So the argument becomes, they say you have no straight baseline, which is going to alter your distance. So it's, yes, you can project an angle. No, you can't create a tangent straight line. I'll give you that.
Hang on. Why can I project if I can?
I don't think this is exclusive to any model. It's just ground position of the actual star at the given time. We know when it's at a certain angle, it's above this plot of land. And we know where that land is versus where we are. So it's relative. And it's not exclusive to either model. It can be done on both models. So it doesn't really prove anything.
I certainly agree with you. I think you could take an elevation angle from any model, right? And if you just sort of skip the where is the water level, wouldn't the water level be just slightly below eye line and curved, which is a flat Earth point, which I agree with, yes. Water level would be curved.
You're just trying to reference a known point in a coordinate system, which is simple if you know the system and you know the landmarks or the sky marks in this case, which is a landmark.
The point isn't even the point isn't that I'm making that celestial navigation disproves the flat Earth. Like, we can get there. It's just that always the conversation stays stuck on, can you take an elevation angle if you're starting from a curved baseline?
I would say it can be done on both models.
I know you're not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not debating with you in this point. I'm saying generally, like Professor Waterball just then was saying you can't take elevation angles, and you're saying you can.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a point of reference within a coordinate system, and yes, we can true this. As long as we know place to place, it doesn't matter what type of coordinate system I use, whether it's polar, spherical, azimuthal. It doesn't matter as long as I know the two reference points in the distance or time of travel or direction.
So, because one of the useful things about this is, like, in celestial navigation, when you get your elevation above 90, so you go from the horizon, make your height of eye and refraction adjustments, and get your elevation above 90, the very first thing you do with that number is subtract it from, when you've got your elevation above horizontal is what I meant to say. The very first thing you do with that number is subtract it from 90, because actually the more useful number is how far off your zenith it is. It isn't, what you're not really measuring for is how far off horizontal it is. You want to know how far is it off zenith. So taking it from plumb is actually, you don't need the horizontal at all. You're just using, it's in fact doing the horizontal is doing extra work. If you use a Plumb Bob section, you can skip that step.
Yeah, because it's just a reference to a distance in a coordinate system.
So what are you thinking about this, Professor Waterball, and the other?
You're right.
And the other people saying. So now are other people willing to join BattleMod and agreeing you can take an elevation angle regardless of the shape of the surface you're taking it from? You can be up, off, away from the surface.
No, I disagree.
No,
you can't do it on a ball.
Okay, what stops you? What stops you doing it on a ball, given what I've said? Putting together what I've said and showing why it's wrong.
You don't have a ball to begin with, so it's hard for me to show you.
So that's just refusing to engage with the premise. That's just stating your conclusion as a premise. It's like begging the question quite literally.
You're not
Excel.
taking the angle.
Where are you going to
from
make
the
the 90
curve.
on the ball? Where are you going to make the 290s at on the ball?
What do you mean the
You've
two
made an
90s?
artificial
What
plane.
90s?
You
You
made
know
an
why I
artificial
don't think that's
plane for
a
your
logical
horizontal. You're
argument?
not
I
taking a
think it's
reading
a
off
logical
off the
formula.
curved surface.
I can't hear when there's two people speaking, sorry.
Yeah, that's why I quit. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, eggshells, I would like to clarify a thing. On a sphere, when you are in two points on a sphere, two locations, A and B.
Right. Yeah.
The down vector is not parallel between them.
Sure. Yeah, that's the claim.
Yeah.
That's certainly make a testable
And
claim.
the plumb bob will be perpendicular to the tangential plane intersecting that point of location on that sphere.
Awesome. I could
Yeah.
not have worded that better. That was so eloquently and precisely put. Yes, the plumb bob will be perpendicular to the tangential plane at that point. Is that how you said it?
Yeah.
Nailed it. 100%. Yeah.
So I do work with these things, so
It
I
sounds
know
like
a
it.
little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do tangent alpha every day at work. I cut threads at a 1 degree angles and stuff like that.
So cutting threads at a 1 degree angle, is that each thread is a 1 degree slope? Is in how tight the...
I mean, the thread angle that I cut at work is 1 degree point 604.
Okay, so I'm trying to think, is that like, if I've got, because you were talking yesterday about drilling bits, David.
Yeah, they are ultra
Hello,
precision.
flat
Yeah.
earthers. Hopefully you
Now,
all will be very nice people.
the thing is,
Hello, people. Hello, flat earthers.
yes.
Yep.
With this thing, you can project it on a sphere, it's true, but there are measurement problems when it comes to distances.
Sure.
For example, for a circle with a radius of 5 millimeters, let's say, something very small.
Yeah.
When you calculate the circumference of that circle using pi as a value of 3.14,
yeah,
you will find that the result, the mathematical result, will be shorter the length of that circumference when you measure it. Your calculation will be shorter with about 1.8 millimeters or something like that. So almost 2 millimeters, you are shorter.
So if I can understand what you're saying is when the circle you're making is really tiny, if you sort of average or assume pi,
5 millimeters, yeah.
the problem with the measurement or the error on the measurement will actually be quite significant.
Yes. So
Yeah,
this is
I can believe
why
that.
the number pi, when we use it, the longer we use, the closer you are to the precise length, circumference. So you will always be shorter than the real measurement.
Until you add in lots and lots of the
Yes.
decimal points.
Yeah.
Sure.
So now this is a little bit of a problem, you know, and when we do these measurements and also you will get, when you use the sextant on a spherical model, yeah, okay, you could calculate your position for that location, but as soon as you change the location, you have a different down vector, and you need to know precisely your angle shift from the last location. I mean, what's your new angle corresponding to that position? So you can actually precisely tell where you are.
Yeah, it's sort of where you are is a secondary step. It's just I'd thought these are some succinct questions to get people like yourself and BattleMod have to agree that you can, whether you can take an angle measurement, provided you're willing to, you know, using different methods. If in order to take an angle measurement, you can take it regardless of shape.
Yes. Now,
I think that,
in the
that
real
was
world.
Hold on, Get. Let me. I think he summarized pretty well. The angle only exists in the coordinate system that you've created, and as long as you can do that, then yes, it'll work on any model you model.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basic geometry at this point. That's why I'm saying it doesn't matter about science. This is basic geometry.
Calculus is a lot more complex than complicated than trigonometrical.
Do you need to use calculus? Because I never understood that at school. That used to come up and be like, oh, for fuck's sake. And I could like memorize by rote the formula and forget them like the moment after I did the exam, but I never really understood what I was doing or how any of it worked.
Well, even at work, I like to simplify. I don't. I try to stay away from using pi. You know.
Sure, I can say that.
Well, yours is axis of travel, unless you're doing a radical movement, right? Yeah.
Say that again, sorry, BM?
Well, he's a machinist, so everything is axis of travel unless he's doing a radical movement with his tool.
Right. I should get you to build some bits for me because I want to make, when I finally move into my new home, I want to make a model, like a physical model of Earth that I can put like a GoPro with the lens on horizon level, so I can use it to make testable predictions.
Hey, one of your Globers did this 2 days ago or yesterday. He made it in his garage. Yeah, he made the sun set over a flat surface and laughed at us because he said the sun doesn't go down, dummy. And we pointed that the sun went down just like it predicted. So he debunked the globe for you guys with experiments. I want you to do more.
I don't, based on what you're saying there, I don't think that debunks the globe. Like if he shows something's possible on flat, that doesn't do anything to it. That just shows that it is possible.
That's all we see. That's all we see. But that's all we see. We don't see globe flying around.
You're missing the logic. Like each time I bring this up, the thing you've got to recognize, Professor Waterball, is each time you go to engage on a topic, what you actually do is just go, but the ball's not real, but the ball's not real. And you use that as a way to avoid actually testing the ball claims.
I don't need to test it anymore. I've been a flat earther a long time. I already know it's flat. I don't need to keep going and doing these dumb things.
You don't even need to do the test. It's just interesting in conversation. All you do is affirm that your side is already right, rather than engage in any meaningful tests that might show that you're wrong. I'm willing to engage in meaningful tests to show I'm wrong.
I'm waiting for BattleMod and
Geppy.
Yeah, BattleMod and Geppy get to do their thing with you while I'd sit there and watch all the Globers that keep coming in and yelling shit, and I got to keep banning people and muting them. That's what I'm here for.
You're the hard worker.
For banning and muting people, but you're not for testing. You're not here to test your ideas. You're not willing to consider that maybe you're wrong.
I've already done it myself. I already know it's flat. I didn't listen to.
You're not really.
I went and bought the P900, shot it over Lake Erie, saw how far things are, and I know where they're at because I go on a boat to them, and we can look from planes and see where they're at and how far they are away. There's no curve. Maybe on lakes there's no curve.
So I'm not even talking about the curve at the moment. I'm just talking about like your approach to it, which is, in one hand, you're saying like you're closed-minded. You're not willing to consider the other side of the argument. But the other point I'm making is that means that your rebuttals have no weight. If you just go, but there's no ball, it's like, well, you obviously haven't accepted the premises and shown why they're wrong. What you've done is just gone, but my conclusion, and it's
So
sort
what
of
you want
avoided
me
having
to
a
do? What
conversation.
you want me to do is consider going back to dumbness, even though I've already measured it and know it's flat. My dad worked at NASA. You want me to go back to the ball?
No. I want you to be able to, same as I can, like just do what I claim that I'm doing, which is if somebody's making a claim about the flat Earth, I don't need to agree with it to accept the premises of their argument for a moment. If they go, the sun is getting further away, it's not staying equidistant and setting at an equal rate, I can go, okay, because I need to be able to then go, can I test that prediction, which is what you were just talking about. So what you're saying is you demand of these globers to consider the premises you are putting on the table as possibly true in order to test them, but you are unable or unwilling to test the premises of the other side's argument to test if it's true. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that. That does sound like how you're engaged with it. At least you're honest with it.
Eggshells.
Yo.
You know that when you are measuring the distance between two lines which are not parallel, yeah, at their ends, you will find that at one end the distance between them is shorter and at the other is longer.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Now, this is how the unparalleled down vectors are. So I heard you are a Bollywood actor, and
I was,
so
yeah.
you are a famous person, a
No.
millionaire. Now,
No.
we could buy a ultra precision measurement linear encoder and actually test this.
Say, well, I'm not. No. I was a very unknown actor. I was never. I used to get paid. If this puts it in context, I shot one film over 3 years, but it was actually only about 3 months worth of shooting days stretched over 3 years, where I had to do my own stunts, including riding horses, getting shot, and getting shot with an arrow. Yeah, and I got paid on that film the equivalent of like €50 a day.
Hey, it sounds like a cowboy and western. What's the name, man? I dig them.
It's called. I'll type the name in the chat because it won't make sense here. It's called Parasi Raja. But I only turn up an hour and 6 minutes into the film.
Yeah, that's a Euro cowboy movie, right?
Yeah.
It's like
a British, British, kind of like a cowboy movie. It's a British Raj movie, so it's like Braveheart for Indians.
Yep. I actually watched some of them just to see the difference between their cowboys and Indians and ours.
Oh, well, what year is the movie? What year?
2009.
Yeah, their cowboys and Indians don't yell at each other or have arguments.
Here, I'll put it's a full videos on YouTube. I'll put the whole 3-hour movie in the chat, but you need to scrub to about 1 hour, 6 minutes to get me.
Yeah, to ride horses, huh?
Yep.
Do your stunts.
Bollywood.
You know, I like to let the horse do the stunt. You just teach it to the horse, and then you don't have to do nothing but follow his lead.
Yeah, I think you would be a better horseman than me, and you would probably be doing it on your own horse, whereas I'm on like a set horse that they would have just found the day before. There's whales again. There's whales again. This is, I've seen this a bunch of times. Hang on, should I share my screen? Should I share my camera? Do you want to see some whales?
I don't know if you can hear, bro.
Let me try. It might not even show up, if I'm honest.
I do like seeing whales.
Oh.
I love nature.
Yeah, we see it.
It's harder to ride a bull. That will be impressive.
You're just looking
Guys,
for a
look, it's
splash
flat.
just next to that tree. It does look flat, doesn't it? Look at that flat horizon. But there's going to be a whale flat thing about
Man, that's
just
a nice
there.
view. Hey, that's an awesome view, bro.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
good.
awesome.
Turn your phone the other way, like a wide way, so we can see the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I got a cabin on Lake Michigan that has a down the hill view to the lake.
There it is. You can just see it splashing between those two branches of the tree.
Your phone camera sucks.
It can zoom. I got somebody on Reddit to stabilize a video of it breaching right next to a sailing ship the other day because they keep migrating to the coast. But yeah, there was a sailing ship out here, and then one did a full like backflip, like belly flop kind of thing into it. There it is. Oh yeah, you can barely see it just through the tree there. Anyway, no good. Not that interesting.
I seen a short video where a girl prayed to God to see a whale, and as soon as she finished, the whale jumps up out of the ocean in her video, does a backflip. I thought, yeah,
that's pretty cute.
Cool. That's cool. We go to Florida. My children love the dolphins. Always ride the world's largest speedboat, and it's because the dolphins follow the boat around and they race against it and jump over it. You know,
Yeah,
it's good for.
that's an
young
amazing
people.
sight.
Yeah, it's good for young people and old people alike. Those things when they jump up, they glide over the boat. They're looking down at you like a bird with one eye. They're just looking at everybody in the boat, and people are clapping and shit, so they get excited. They just keep on doing it. It's crazy how much I think they're really aware of what joy they're giving to people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they seem like they do.
Something similar where they were riding a boat on the sea and gooses were flying so close that you could touch the belly of the goose while flying, you know.
That is cute.
Listen, I don't mess with geese. I'm a country boy. They fuck with me every time I go to the river. Fuck them assholes.
Country people hate geese.
You know, that's just one big ball of muscle with a couple wings, you know.
Yeah.
They beat up on my dog and shit. I say, fuck them Canadian geese, eh? They watch too much Letterkenny, man. Like, hey, fuck you, dog, eh? Hey, you want to fish? Hey, fuck you, I'm gonna bite you, eh? They're fast, dude. They got that neck. You can outrun them, but they just go gadget neck and bite your ass, you know?
Yeah, they're nasty animals, geese. Swans as well. Swans look really pretty.
Yeah, until you make them nervous.
The black swan also.
Yes.
I like how they do 5 other photos. Listen, when we do that, they say, but these 5 other photos, and the very premise of the black swan is you only need one instance where it's true to prove that it's not always the way it's been said to be said. But so we give one specific instance where it's not true. That's your black swan. And they bring 5 white swans in and say, but look, most swans are usually white. It's like, no shit, but this is the one black one.
Yeah.
Not your picture, but this picture.
And sometimes you get the guy doesn't even understand the point, like that dude that was in here the other day. Started drawing lines around the oil rig, being like, but the horizon would be further if you were up on top of the oil rig.
Yeah, I don't really like the non-definitive arguments. I try to stay away from them nowadays because it's filler. It's like bread on a sandwich. It has no nutritional value. It's going to make you a little fatter, but you're going to get fuller.
Well, it's good that I'm glad that we got 2 people to agree with this thing I've been thinking about overnight about my logical
Well,
proof for
I'm
why
not
you can
afraid
obtain
to agree.
horizontal from plumb.
Well, so
Say again,
you're
sorry,
just
get
trying to state, listen, you're just trying to state with the truth with that it's not a definitive proof. You could do it in either manner and get to a known ground location. And that star, whether you're doing elevation, but it's all about ground position in a coordinate system. And your distance from that ground position relative to your position current. So
yeah, well,
it's
it's more like my intent with it more is like I find the idea of celestial navigation amazing and worth discussing, and to me, I feel it always gets stuck on can you take an elevation angle. So I was like, okay, I want to work out how can I construct a very simple premise conclusion that invalidates the you can't take an elevation angle, so that we can accept we can take an elevation angle, so that we can do exactly what you're talking about, battle mod, and that's talk about the coordinate system, talk about what the obtained angles mean and how they work. Because I think it does prove globe, but yeah, certainly this part of it doesn't prove globe.
Well, I think it's a well-formed logical argument, but I think the conclusion either way, if you're using it as a proof, is very non-definitive.
Yes, it's not. Yeah, as I keep saying, it's not a proof of a globe. It's just a logical proof of if plumb points down, then I can get horizontal. Then the surface doesn't.
You can, but the problem is when you find that two plumb bobs lines are actually parallel. That's when the problem pops up.
Yeah, that one I quite like, because I've been like, how would I test that? It's a really good one. Like I'd have to have like really precise plumb bobs that are like very well made.
We already have.
Awesome. How'd you test it?
So we have a cobalt wire. It's like 500ths of a millimeter. So it's 0.05 millimeters in thickness.
Jesus.
And its diameter throughout all its length is precision diameter, micron. So it's not that overall its length, in some places it's thicker or thicker, like its thickness is 0.05 precision made. Now they use cobalt wire because it doesn't stretch, and it holds its dimension. Also in heat, it doesn't work much on different temperatures. Now, they hang them inside the building 200 meters apart from each other, and they measure the distance between them at the bottom and at the top with a optical linear encoder, and they found with nanometer precision that they are perfectly parallel. And when the engineers actually installed these plumb bobs, they assumed they will be parallel. And they actually found that they were parallel when they measured. They needed to establish a rectangle, giant rectangle surface area where they were installing a 3D printing machine, giant 3D printing machine at Airbus.
Nice. So how far apart were the plumb bobs? Because yeah, they should have been slightly like
200 meters apart.
Wow, that is huge.
Yeah. So at 200 meters, according to the globe radius, there will be like almost 2 centimeters arc curvature. So the down vector conforms with that arc, and these two plumb bobs should be in a trapeze shape when they are hanging from the ceiling, you know, but they didn't. They found they are perfectly parallel.
Interesting,
And
yeah, because they should lean slightly in towards one another.
and believe me, when we talk about nanometers, I mean in 1 nanometer you have about 160 or 180 atoms of gold in a chain. So that's the length of a nanometer. It's
Those tiny
crazy
scales
small.
break my brain. Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, what's the chat? What's going on?
Oh,
Do plumb
just
bobs
checking.
diverge?
Flat Earth. We're talking Flat Earth.
Yeah, talking all sorts of stuff.
I can hear that. My ears are fucking buzzing right now.
Been to a music festival?
Just from the chat, mate. This chat is really loud. Wagner. Is that?
So the Airbus A380.
You're Russian.
It has a wingspan.
You're Russian.
And sorry?
You're Russian.
No,
Where you from?
I'm in Germany.
Germany.
He's actually from Transylvania.
Yeah.
A transvestite. You say.
No, the country from Dracula, you know?
Oh, Romania.
Germany,
You-
Germany.
Yeah, but Transylvania is Romania.
Yes.
Is it?
Not stupid.
That's good.
You are pretty smart. So have
But
you figured out
it's
that?
better when other
Go ahead,
people
my bad.
say.
My ex-girlfriend was from Romania, by the way, so I know.
Oh.
That means you're a smart man.
I've got knowledge everywhere. My eyes are everywhere on the globe. I feel
Your
like I'm a
eyes are
freak.
on the globe, like you're looking at a TV or like a globe in the corner of your house or something.
I'm like an Illuminati, you know.
You shine like the Illuminati or
My
the
eye,
Illuminati.
the one eye, everywhere.
Well, the one eye
eye.
is up in the sky looking down to everybody, and that will be impossible on a globe.
That's a god.
Yeah, but it will be impossible
Unless
to
God is the
have
god of
a
refraction.
360-degree perspective.
You know that the one eye for the one eye to see everything, it's impossible on the globe. It's impossible.
Only God do that.
He's the god of refraction.
No, not even God does not have a 360 degrees perspective.
Who?
Hey, what do you think? Hey, Romania boyfriend, why do you think you live on a globe? Tell us why.
I'm just here to. What? Eh? I'm not Romanian.
Hey,
But your
I'm English.
girlfriend was from Romania, so you are
I'm
a
English.
boyfriend from a Romanian girl.
I'm not Romanian. I'm English.
But you had a Romanian girlfriend, so you are
Yeah,
the
she was.
boyfriend.
She came here. She came to England.
And why did she left you?
Under Heaven
God.
Earther, that's her. I was trying to figure out who you were before. What was your old name, Under Heaven Earther? We've talked many times, but I've forgotten your old name.
Who?
That's Jamesy, bro.
Jamesy, that's
Radio
it.
Next shows. It's Jamesy, bro. Come on.
Yeah, g'day, mate.
Good night.
Yeah. we spoke many
Who's
times.
this English guy? I say, hello. How you going? Who's that? Who's the fucking Englishman speaking now?
He's
I'm
not
not an
English. He's
Englishman.
Australian.
Jeez.
He's the same. He's he's the same. Isn't it?
No,
Australian
they
English.
are not the same. English
They
and
are.
Australians are not the same.
They are.
No,
They
you don't
are.
even have the same animals like panda bears.
the
You don't
animals.
have it in
Bro,
England.
Fuck the animals.
Australians are upside down. Don't you know that?
Yeah.
They
So
Tell him, Exos. Tell him you're
they're-
upside down. Tell him.
they're like
I'm an upside down Australian. I drove all the way up to the top side of the earth so I could be right side up, and I decided it was more upside down there, so I flew back to Australia.
You see?
If you know the word lag, they are lag, mate. English are first, Australians are last.
Well, yeah, probably in bed. You're probably right about that.
I'm not meant to be the bad thing about that. It's a bad mate.
English are first in what?
Best in the world, mate. British Empire.
First in stealing your money from the bank, because they hold the keys of the bank. You know, so there's the first ones in the bank.
You never even got close to the Roman Empire. That was 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, but the English hold the keys for the bank, bro. So they are definitely the first there.
No.
Even on landmass. Now hold on.
No, the Vatican owns England.
Vatican?
Yeah.
That's kind of true, actually. So
Nah,
you're not the best. You're not the first.
Yeah,
You're the
with
second
your
one.
Anglo-Saxon church, I know you wanted to break free, but you didn't.
I want to break free.
I will
Yeah.
break free. Where are you from? You're German.
Sydney.
I'm Romanian.
Oh, you're Romanian, yeah? Yeah.
I told you he lives in
Been round in this circle.
Dracula's castle. Dracula.
You're a Catholic though. Yeah, big get.
No, he has to
Sorry?
run away from crosses. He can't look at crosses. It makes him feel bad.
Myself
Or-
personally. Myself personally.
Garlic is not healthy. Don't eat it, guys. Don't use it in your food. Garlic.
Yeah, he gets allergies from garlic.
Use hot chili peppers. Capsaicin
Dracula
is very
expert.
good.
The Dracula is expert. I love Romanian people. I think they're great people.
Yeah,
Even
British
Dracula.
are not bad either.
I met Dracula.
I only had
You do him
issue
right now.
in when I was to England. It was a city where they said they were Cornish.
Cornish?
Yeah.
That's
It's a
southwest
mixture of
England.
corn with fish.
Horny, you mean?
I was going to, I don't know, Liverpool, I think.
Oh, Liverpool is like fuck Liverpool, mate. You're right in London. You go to London, mate.
Yeah,
London.
But it was a city between London and Liverpool, and
I'm
people
thinking
there
Manchester.
used to say they are Cornish, the true Cornish, and they were a little bit racist. You know, they pick up on you on the street if they saw you were a alien. You know.
That's a good question. You say Cornish. I
Yeah.
reckon you got that wrong. I don't know. You say from what, Liverpool?
Yeah, between London and Liverpool, but I don't remember the city
Birmingham.
now. Which city? I think Birmingham, yeah.
I would say that's in between.
Is Nottingham near there?
Nottingham is not far off.
Because I went to HMP Nottingham, Her Majesty's Prison Nottingham, to do some training sessions with dudes in there.
Really?
And I was fucking scared.
What happened?
Nothing bad happened. They were lovely chaps, but like, you know, they were murderers and shit. So I was pretty scared. Plus, they're all jacked and they have this like funny, like aggressive or like this sort of latent threat the whole time you're in there, where you're like, they could absolutely knock my head off and fill me full of shiv holes in 20 seconds. If I pissed them off. Yeah, full proper prison. Yeah, not a jail, a prison.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was awesome. Loved it.
Yeah, you know, bad trees are in every forest.
My like I said my ex was Romanian. Get.
Yeah, I got that. I heard you.
Her name was Ayana. Is that a
Ioana.
typical Ayana? A typical Romanian name?
Yes,
IOA.
Ioana.
Yeah. I met. Wow. It was about 2018. I met her. Had about 2 years of relationship.
Why you broke up?
I have no idea. Fuck me. No. That's not true. It's more confusion, really. To be fair.
You should have made a housewife of her.
I was just having sex, really.
Yeah.
Oh, she
Then-
was as well. To be fair, she was. But no. Generally, I treated her well. I wanted to treat her well. But
That's good. But when you get with the woman, you should think serious and
yeah,
make a
absolutely.
housewife of
But
her.
she wasn't being serious.
Well, then, yeah. If she
So
doesn't know to cook,
I
if she
won't be
doesn't,
serious either.
if she gets out of the kitchen, then yeah, no way.
If he gets out of the kitchen, she misbehaves, really, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's what happens. I don't go, you know.
But some of them change when after they have children, you know.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
they will become responsible and all that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, my same as well. Really, I need to really be responsible self.
Was she a country girl? Girl?
Say again.
Was she a country girl or where
Country
did she
girl.
live in Romania?
In her body.
She close to fuck me, Transylvania. Oh, I have to look it up.
Cluj?
Don't forget to drink some water.
Cluj, Bistrița, Brașov, Bucharest.
Fuck me,
It's okay, no problem.
I'll try.
Yeah, country girls are better housewives.
am I right to say? I know I definitely pronounced it wrong. Fuck, where is it? Baya Meh?
Repeat.
Baya Meh?
Ah, Baia Mare. Yeah.
Baya Meh.
Well, yeah, Baia Mare.
No, this is how you say it. You say, "Hola, ¿cómo estás?"
Bine, bine. Bien.
That is close to Pennsylvania.
Yes, it is close. It's in the north. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not close to was it
Yeah,
Bucharest?
those are very people, traditional, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's like blonde hair, blue eyes, and
Did she leave you because you were a glow?
well, I'm just a bloke.
No, Glober, not Blocker.
I was just looking at things everywhere I go. I have other opportunities. I think that the work got in the way.
The work is going away? No, there's work everywhere.
I don't know. I got arrogant, you know. I got work and I got to work and stuff like that. And now I have times with her. And I went out and have a coffee and stuff like that.
So how does work
you know,
work on a fantasy globe? How does work on a globe? Tell me.
I don't know. You're making up stuff that I don't even know.
Yeah, exactly, because it doesn't work on a globe. Because work is in reality, not in fantasy, right?
Exactly. I just said that. I know a fantasy. I wish it was a fantasy, but
Well, the globe is not a fantasy because when you go to first kindergarten and you see the globe on the corner, on the table, on the level horizontal table, because if it wasn't level and horizontal, the globe wouldn't be able to stand on the table, right?
I thought it's flat Earth.
But then you see the globe and the teacher says, "You see this globe right here, little Jimmy? Little TJAC94, you see this globe right here? This is where you live." And then
That's
you
my
go
name.
to the corner, you grab the globe with your hand and you spin it, Jimmy, spin it. This is where you live. And you say, "Uh-huh.
You
I
spin it
live
too
right
much.
here. Thank you, teacher."
You spin it too much then I start to think it's flat.
You know when you
pizza
spin
dough.
it and you start thinking and you why does it stop spinning? Why doesn't it keep going? Right?
You know, when you spin very, very fast in a roundabout, you get dizzy.
Yes.
So if the world was spinning, how come we're not dizzy?
Yeah.
I mean, just
Exactly.
simple questions like a child, and the globe heliocentric model is not capable to answer. I know,
because
but
it's
even
rotating once per
gravity
day.
theory, even gravity theory is actually debunked and doesn't help the globe. We are okay with the little g, yeah, the down vector, the effect. We know things fall to the ground. That's the little g. But when you make a theory that the big G is actually the cause, then to prove that, we need to actually manipulate gravity. And nobody can do that. For example, I see a light bulb shining light, and I make a theory. Oh, there is this electric current running through the wires, and it makes the light bulb shine light. So I go and switch off the connection of the wire, yeah, so the current doesn't go through the wire and the light turns off. Yeah. So I prove that electricity is actually making the light bulb shine light. Science is very simple. Establish cause and effect. But in gravity theory, no, it doesn't work.
That's a different
Doesn't conform.
different subject in the scientific field.
Yeah, we are a lot about science here in this server. So
I would like to say, would you say like gravity is not real?
I mean the down vector, the effect, we all agree with it. The little g, the medium acceleration of 9.81 meters per second square. Yeah, the down acceleration.
Yep.
We don't deny this. We are not fools. This is the little g. But this one also has problems. I mean, for us in constructions, in everyday engineering, which does not require ultra precision and stuff like this, this 9.81 meters per second square acceleration constant works. It's a very good approximation. But when we actually study, like drop different elements inside vacuum chamber, we notice that according to the element which is falling, they are actually falling at different acceleration rates. Now the difference between them is very small, yes, but there is difference. So if this 9.81 meters per second square was actually constant, valid for all things, then yeah, we will not have a problem, you know.
What you explained
But
about gravity, just with Isaac Newton has already explained.
Well, you see,
The thing is that when you say gravity,
magnetic fields can affect the down acceleration. Also, electrostatic charge of things can affect the down acceleration, and even electromagnetism. Electromagnetism, we can use it to levitate any element of nature. Yeah.
That's more anti-gravitational, right?
Well, it's not anti-gravity, it's electromagnetism. It is very powerful magnetic field.
You can do that though.
Yeah.
Element. Yeah.
So magnetism is not anti-gravity. Magnetism is a force of nature. In physics, is very well known and explained.
Isaac Newton was one of the first to introduce it.
Isaac Newton, yes, he first introduced the theory of gravity, mass attracts mass, but this theory has been debunked and superseded by Einsteinian. Yet, the educational school system did not take it out from teaching it to children. They keep teaching it even if it's not true. Einstein said, no, it is false. Mass does not attract mass. And Einstein said, actually, mass curves the space-time, you know. Now, space and time
What about
are non-physical things, yeah? What about?
You said that you did say that something about masses don't fall at the same rate in a vacuum? You said that?
Yes, I said that.
Where's I haven't seen anything on that. Is there an
Tesla.
experiment or something that demonstrates that?
Sorry, I just want to check on my something, but I was saying about Tesla. I think Tesla is much more stringent than
Nikola Tesla, yes, he was a real scientist.
Einstein.
That man really dealt with cause and effect relations, and also a great inventor. So, yeah.
But I just say, like you said, Isaac Newton, his English, that was in terms of the gravity that was introduced, or the first moment of gravity was introduced, is from England.
Yeah, but you see,
1600.
Isaac Newton actually went and he was like, had some sort of collaboration with Leibniz, or he came to Germany to learn from Leibniz. And I've heard stories where they were saying that Isaac Newton actually stole some papers from Leibniz.
It wasn't even Germany then.
Sorry?
That's like you say Isaac Newton went to Germany,
Yeah.
but it wasn't Germany then. It was probably likely to be Holy Roman Empire, or possibly many different German states.
Yeah, it was Prussia before. Yeah, I know.
It wasn't even Prussia. It was literally micronations everywhere.
Well, I mean, this region that is today Germany and where Leibniz is from.
But weird because Germany and Italy are quite recent nations, but that's it.
Yeah.
I was meant about Isaac Newton, Englishman. Apparently, his IQ was up near to 180.
Nah.
When you research news, most people put his IQ at about
No,
100.
you see, listen, when he published his book, um, I forgot the name of the book. It has that Latin name, but he was asked in regards to this formula equations he found, yeah, and the theory of gravity. He was asked how did he came to this finding, and his answer was that he sat under a tree and an apple fell, and he saw that, and then he started. I mean, it's like he first time saw that things fall to the ground, and that was the first time when he started wondering what is the cause for this, and what's the relation of things that fall to the ground with the ground and the air or the medium surrounding them. And so his explanation very poor scientifically.
Surely that is the most
He
poorest.
he was not
I
he
can't believe
was
that.
not capable to explain what gravity is. He said that
Well, he was told
mass
to create it
attracts mass,
because
but
he saw Apple fall. That makes me think to say,
yeah, but you see, he said mass attracts
how
mass,
do we know? I
and
don't know.
there is
Andy.
this
By the way, I don't.
action at a distance, yeah, magical action at a distance, and he did not wanted his name to be attributed to this kind of thing. But after he died,
Come on.
they actually, the academia actually attributed this to his name, that mass attracts mass.
Pretty sensible.
Sorry?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
What about
Well,
Charles Darwin?
Charles
Englishman
Darwin,
again.
yeah, evolutionist, a strong atheist. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely atheist. He was never religion.
Yeah.
I personally am not
And
for his favour.
Charles Darwin, the
I'm
science of genetics did not exist in his time.
Hmm.
So we have genetics that contradicts his theory, shows all the fallacies and assumptions made, and evolution has never been demonstrated, proven.
possibly false. Only by animals, really.
Mm. I mean,
But
I never seen what caused the existence of elephants.
good point. Really good
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
There's nothing really has changed.
We see elephants give birth to elephants. They reproduce themselves. Only an elephant come. Even dogs, when we breed them, yeah, we see sometimes they make smaller dogs, sometimes bigger, and when you select which one you breed, yeah, you can obtain smaller or bigger, but dogs actually uh, make only dogs, not cats, not lions, you know.
What supposedly to say the racist or the nationalists. No, I'm not saying nationalists. That's
Yeah.
wrong. But I'm saying like just literally the racialist elements would say, "Oh, can't mix anything." You know,
Yeah.
nationalism is different. I'm not going to mention.
Yeah,
I'm a nationalist.
nationalism is not good. I mean, we could make
I'm a
it
nationalist in the sense that
something good.
the
Yeah,
world order
we
is
have
against everyone.
to. Yeah, we have to keep our traditions, who we are. Our identity. We have to know it. It's everyone's legacy.
Yeah.
It's very important. Yeah. And this, I find beauty in this, like coming to England, learning about English people, their traditions, they live in a very different kind of medium, environment, land,
Yeah.
As a Romanian, when I went to England, I felt it is different.
Alien.
So, yeah.
A bit alien.
And,
bit.
well, the climate, for example, it is different, so it took me a while to adapt,
But the people are the same. We
to
have the
get
same.
used. Yeah. People
Sure.
also, I mean, they drink in England, they have fun, they visit each other, we do these things too. But
Yeah.
for example, folk dances and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are a little different, but I did like them. They are beautiful English folk dances and you know, yeah, culture.
I agree. I agree the same.
Yeah.
Really. I think
And so,
we are
and
connected.
I didn't want to, you know, when I came to England, I never said in English, hey, when you dance, you're not dancing correctly because in my country, people dance like this. That's stupid to say, you know.
Fucking stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you made to say, like England or Great United Kingdom and Romania are Christian nations as well. More
Well,
likely that civilization for many years have been really quite stabilized and very close, you know?
yeah.
You know, if there would be a little bit of a throw, say it's like me to go to Romania or a Romanian person to go to England, there'll be a little bit of you know, oh, there's a little bit of a culture
Yeah.
shock. Not so much, but you start
I'll
to
tell you, I'll
realize
tell
that
you
it's so
a
close.
little story. I'll tell you a little story I saw in Romania. There is a village, remote village, you know,
Yeah.
and an English came and bought a house there in that village. And yeah, he was an old man, you know, white hair and stuff. Yeah, he had good clothing and all that, you know.
Yeah.
And the old ladies from the village, they were wearing the folkloric national costume, you know. And television came and they were asking the old people from that village, like, what do you think about these immigrants coming from other countries and stuff? Like your new neighbor is from England. And she said, well, I saw that man came, he bought a house here in the village. He's like every other person. We are here, you know. He was good, saying hello all the time, good day, you know, like a polite person. So nothing wrong or bad with him, you know. And then the the journalist said, well, that is Prince Charles, ma'am. Do you know who he is? And the old lady said, well, I don't know. I don't know who he is, but if he's a prince, they told her it's the Prince of England. And she said, well, if he is the Prince of England, then he must be an important person, you know. But they would still treat him as one of their neighbors, you know, just.
I thought it was just
Yeah,
an
he
ordinary England.
actually bought houses in Romania, in
Yeah,
villages.
I know that.
He visited
That's probably close
Romania
to
often.
Transylvania
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
What you were saying then, I thought it was just a normal English person or family.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh,
But it was Prince Charles himself.
fuck me.
And he was walking among those villagers just like any other villager there. And he liked that, you know, because nobody knew who he is.
Jesus. Don't need that, do you?
Yeah.
What's that? I couldn't see. Who was that?
Pollution.
Charles. King Charles, actually.
wouldn't have that.
Oh,
King Charles now, isn't it?
King
yeah.
Charles?
Fucking King Charles now, isn't it? Fuck. It must be
He's
close
king
to
now.
Transylvania, like, you know, that stereotypical vampire, you know,
Mm.
like Dracula. So, like I said, like my ex-girlfriend was from that part.
Yeah, she is in that region.
Is that actually to read to say, like, when you say Dracula or Transylvania, is I don't understand the history behind it, because is it actually originally Romanian history, or what is is it a law, or I don't know.
No, you see, we have a story of a we've been not conquered by the Ottoman Empire, but we were paying tribute to the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of battles and stuff, and at some point, one of the rulers actually lost a few battles, and his children got taken by the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. It was
Okay.
two brothers, and he raised them. One was Radu the Beautiful, and the other one Vlad Dracul. And yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
and the Sultan actually took these two boys, and they were his lovers. He made them his lovers, you know. Radu the Beautiful actually fell, body and soul, on the side of Sultan, but Vlad, he never forgot that actually the Sultan kidnapped him from his parents and stuff, you know. But he played the role, and when he got older, he won the Sultan's trust, and the Sultan now put him a leader in Romania, you know. And in the moment he puts him leader, he turns against the Sultan and starts war and battles and stuff. And what Romania has become, he was very disgusted, you know, and he started giving laws like any Romanian that steals something, he should be speared, you know,
He
alive,
was ruthless.
like killed on the spot, yeah.
He done
And
right to say go against the Ottoman Empire.
yeah, so now when someone was found guilty of a crime or something, he was speared, and the family members, they were not, if actually went and took the body of the dead person and bury him, they would also be speared. So they were not allowed to take the dead to take him down, you know, and bury him. So he was supposed to stay there dead under the sky. So the birds of the sky eat his flesh. Now, when the Ottoman came and saw this, in those times there was a great fear that after you die, your family has to bury you, and it was like a blasphemy, things like this, religious stuff.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and the Ottomans, the Turks, were very scared because of this horror sightings, you know, and they fought with fear. So yeah, it helped him psychologically somehow dominate, and you know.
What was it? The Battle of Vienna?
Yeah.
Was it? They stopped them.
And also at some meeting, there is an account where they say his table where there were some killed criminals, and he dipped his bread into their blood and ate it, you know.
Fuck.
And yeah.
Actually, what the hell are we talking about?
We're talking
Oh,
history.
Vlad Dracul, sorry, yeah.
Now we're talking history about where the Ottoman Empire could have conquered Europe. Could have conquered Europe, but
Yeah, we've been an obstacle, a great obstacle. So this is how Europe survived.
I say it's not Romania at the time, wasn't it? It's not Romania at the time.
Yeah.
What would be
The
the
whole
nation?
Europe was Ottoman today, Turkish.
But
Yeah.
until that time, yeah, it's now. But I mean, at that time now, when you see Romania, it's not Romania. The nation name Romania is not there. I can't think.
Yeah.
Fuck is.
I think we should probably put a pin on this
Um,
because I think anybody who comes here who wants information on the topic is just going to leave if they hear this.
yes, CB, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's get back to Flat Earth. If you have any other questions in regards to Flat
Obviously,
Earth,
I know that England, France, Holy Roman Empire, isn't even.
Sorry. He wasn't getting the memo. Well, but now nothing else is going on.
yeah, not much. It's late,
Oh.
probably.
Why did you meet me?
Oh, because I was trying to redirect it to the topic and you weren't picking up what I was putting down.
Sorry.
That's okay. It was
Don't
just
stop
a
me.
logistical move, nothing personal.
Welcome back.
Oh.
So, do you have any other questions in regards to Flat Earth? Gladly answer.
I'm a bit scared because I might get blocked.
No.
Oh, no,
that
no,
won't
no,
happen.
no, don't be afraid. When we talk about Flat Earth, is no problem. Questions about it, it's okay.
It was not even Flat Earth, all about our history.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a tangent. I just wanted to get it back to the channel topic. That's all. You're good if you just want to talk about that. You're fine.
Yeah.
No worries, mate.
We can fill the air, but if someone new comes in, and yeah, we have to address the Flat Earth and everything. So
Okay, tell me the
be ready to
motivation.
jump.
What's the motivation for the cover up of the flat Earth? Why would they cover it up?
Motivation. Why would they lie? Well,
Why would they lie?
Yeah, it's like asking why did the criminal did that crime? Why did he kill that person? You know.
It's a good question though. Like, why did he kill that?
Sometimes the criminals can't tell you themselves why they did it. It's
Yeah.
just a question. Even the liar will probably lie about the answer. Why will you ask a liar about why they did something? They might lie to you.
Well, whenever I kind of like assume things, I always think of what was the intention.
But why? Why is that important? If they're lying, they're lying. You don't need to know the reason.
Well, if they're lying, you don't know if they're lying because how do you know if they're lying if you don't know the truth? Because only truth.
I mean, you know they're lying because when they when you look at the lie, right? When you look at what they're saying and then you go to reality and what they're saying doesn't add up to reality, it's pretty obvious it's a lie.
Okay, so you find the lie, and then the red flag. That's a red flag. And then every other question doesn't really matter apart from how to prove whether it's flat or not.
Right.
Right.
You don't
So,
need to
so
know
someone has
why
a
they're lying.
claim about when someone has a claim and tell you, hey, you see this globe on this table? This is where you live, right? Your teacher pointed at the globe on the classroom in kindergarten, and she said, this is where you live, and you just believe it because you're a child, you don't know better. But then you can put that to the test, and then you can falsify that claim, and then you know that whoever made up that story either was stupid or lying, one or the two.
Well, now they have to cover up the stupidity that they came up with, or the lie, because they have to have fisheye lenses and they have to go through an extent to cover up the flat Earth. So now it's an energy thing. Like they have to put time and effort into covering up the fact that the Earth is flat, so to speak. So again, are they trying to cover up for their stupidity, like the Vietnam War, just making it twice as worse than what it could have been, or are
Well,
they?
the stupidity is obvious because, I mean, not stupidity, but the motivation is obvious because you see they change what they say, they change it like every other day. The ideas about the what they claim about the universe, they know about what gravity is or whatever the claims they have, all that stuff is always changing. They never set up like on the geometry of the globe, that's something that they already put in the table, right? The globe has certain dimensions, right? That is there. And whenever they tell you live on a globe and you see images in TV and they tell you, hey, this is your home, this is where you live on the globe, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you can put that to the test in reality because you can go to reality, turn off the TV, and you go to the real world, and then you test for those claims, like the geometry has certain dimensions. You can test for, the curvature that they claim. So you can test for that, and then when you go to reality and the curvature is nowhere to be found in reality, then you find out that the claim is not reality. It's pretty
It's a
simple.
lie. Yeah. But the problem is, before asking such a question, a person should think very seriously. I mean, should take into account this statement that the lies that we ignore in our lives, those are the lies that affect the quality of our life the most.
Sort of like a white lie.
But it is a bit of a
The
white lie.
lies we ignore, those are the lies that kill us.
I'm going to just say you said it's a white lie, but I'm just saying, like, what is a perfect example? What you just said then is brilliant, but can you give an example to understand for everyone, including myself?
Yes, of course. Look, let's say you are a multi-billionaire and you hear on the radio that living life into a $50 million mansion is so good and so comfortable. Now, you decide yourself that you want to buy yourself such a mansion because you're a billionaire. And you walk down the street and see me in front of a huge mansion. And I tell you, hey, my friend, look, I have a $50 million mansion for sale. Do you want to buy? And you say, well, yeah, I'm interested. I'm looking for one. Yeah. And then I show the mansion to you and I say, look, it has this many rooms. It has 3 couches with stains on them. It has TVs. It has everything. And you say, wow, yeah, that sounds cool. Let's go check it out. Yeah. We go inside and you find that the number of the rooms I told you is not the same. It has more rooms or less. And you don't see any couches with stains or anything, neither the TVs that I told you. So, will you hand me the money so I can go?
Fuck.
Huh?
Nah.
When you found out that I was lying, description was a lie. Yeah, of the
Absolutely.
mansion.
That's what I know.
You will say no. You will say, "Oh, this guy is a scammer."
Which
But
is
then
literally
It's
the
not
argument,
him.
the argument is
You know?
if you had some idea of like subfloors and plumbing, you'd be like, well, is the plumbing okay? And then you say you buy the house with what the data you got given, and it's not right, but you buy the house anyway. But then you start to analyze the house even more, and you're like, well, what's the plumbing like? So apparently the plumbing's really bad. It's been bad for the last two homeowners, but they still
Yeah,
didn't know
but
about it. They didn't know about it, right?
it's not about that. It's
And
not
then,
about that.
hang on, like once they realized about the subfloor, now they are like, fuck, now we have to deal with it. If I didn't know
Yeah.
about the subfloor, I could have just lived in that house. Ignorance
I
is
was just
bliss.
come-
Don't have to worry about it unless the
One
home
moment.
inspector
Yeah.
find
So
out.
But
the
that's not,
analogy.
Get, I don't know why you brought him to this, but the whole argument about the realist level is that the house was built with a level based on a horizontal lines that have zero slope. So that building, that structure was built based on a horizontal, right?
Correct.
And the
Yes.
next house, the next mansion, the next $50 million mansion to that one is also built in a horizontal line. And the one next to it as well. And then you go to the coast after 1,000 mansions, and all of those mansions, one next to the other one, they're all based on a horizontal, right? On a level.
Yes. Correct.
And then
But
from the
this
shore of the
analogy.
coast, from that shore to the other shore, 1,000 miles away, you go
They
to the
are
mansion on that
parallel.
1,000 miles away. Damn, get bigger, bro. I didn't spoke when you were speaking, bro.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So you go to 1,000 miles to the other side of the shore, sea level, right? You reach the sea level, you go 1,000 miles across the body of water, and then you reach the other mansion at the other shore, and that mansion is also built at a level horizontally, zero slope, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. There is no curvature, guys. No globe. Pretty easy.
Yes. No globe. So
Dark side
I
of the
made
force
this
of the pathway.
analogy because your question was legitimate, you know, and when you found out that I lied to you about the description, then you started to question my ownership, my real ownership of that mansion. So when I don't know what's inside the mansion, that means that it most likely is not mine. So when we accept this paradigm that we live on a spinning wet ball, the government knows that we have no clue where we live and who owns this world, plane of existence. So the government is free now to take ownership and actually make us pay tax for our existence in this
Yeah, bro, but that
world.
lady at the counter that is charging you the taxes, that lady's just following instructions. She doesn't know about any of this stuff. She doesn't know
Yeah.
about the light of the globe. She just believe it. When you go to the government office, most of them they just believe the lie as well. They
Yes,
tell you
correct.
that they are the administrators in high places and they know better.
Yeah.
That's why you have to
Yeah.
do
Dark side of
the
the
job and work for them, but they don't know better.
Yeah.
Well, in the economics of things, they are at a higher position, so they are standing pretty high in a high places. But on the bigger picture, when you think about the deception of this huge lie, they are on the same boat, in my opinion.
Yeah, here is really powerful compared to the
Rich,
Hello.
you're robot and Rich, check your mic. Maybe your mic is crackling or something, doing some weird noise. Maybe it's a satellite connection.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
That sounds good. That sounds
Hello,
perfect.
welcome.
Good mic there.
Yeah, what I just said before was irrelevant.
What
Carry
the
on.
political, philosophical elements of what we are speaking now?
I was
Well,
just
there,
saying how
there's a
You were socialist.
the pressure in Australia is much more powerful than the rest of the world when it comes to house taps and hoses and stuff.
The Australians are fucking amazing.
I have to change the water tap twice a year because the pressure's far too high.
Do you ever believe that when they told you that you're in Australia, so you're upside down earther? Do you ever believe that shit?
Yeah, obviously, because I've grown up to think that we're at the bottom of the globe.
You're probably the safest.
Does that make any sense?
No, it does make sense because if there's a nuclear weapon or nuclear war, Australia would likely be survive.
But
Hey,
Man, Max,
Australian
you tell me
guy. Hey, Australian guy. Why don't you put a pressure limiting valve on your house, and then you won't have to keep changing your taps?
Is it hard to do?
No, it's just a fitting that fits
Like
onto
20 bucks.
after the meter. It's one-way pressure limiting valve.
Okay.
Get it down to 500.
Yeah, like children.
I might do that because this is getting ridiculous now. Like, my family came over from New Zealand. They're just amazed at how much pressure was coming out. And also, while you on the subject, Queensland, I put an RO machine. It's like a portable RO machine. Yeah,
Reverse osmosis out the front.
I use it in the kitchen only
Yeah.
now and then. I put it on the kitchen thing. I only put the tap halfway because obviously the pressure's
It
not
won't-
getting released. Like
It won't work. It'll still have the same amount of pressure.
Okay.
When the pressure, because when the pressure builds up, that's what the pressure gauge reads. So you should, if you go to your local Reese, they'll have a 1/2-inch pressure limiting valve for those water machines. You'll need to put one of them on, otherwise you'll blow out the valves.
Do you want me to come over and teach you again?
No. You're too drunk for this conversation. We have two Australians.
I don't
One
like
that is.
American.
Listen, we have two Australians having a
Australian.
conversation, and we should let them have the conversation, even though one is upside down and the other one is not upside
So
down.
you just put the pressure limiting valve underneath the sink?
Yeah, on the tap, where you've got the isolate.
I think that guy could plumb your house drunk.
I love
where you've got where you've got the isolation valve for the water osmosis, reverse osmosis, you'll need to just screw one directly onto the tap there, and that'll hold. It's got a direction, so don't put it in the wrong direction. Otherwise, you get no water. Yeah,
No
all
water,
good,
mate.
man. Otherwise, you get your waste of buying the osmosis machine.
That's crazy because I didn't mention that on the website when I bought it. I just
It
did
might
hook
have
it up
one
to your
built
tap.
in.
It does
might
have a
have one
release
built in.
valve. It does have a release pipe, but it's the water that's coming out is not enough to suppress the pressure that's coming out of the actual the drinking water.
You got it wrong, cunt.
Oh my gosh.
Sounds like you've connected it wrong. I've hooked up a reverse osmosis like 3
Shut up, you
months ago.
American cunt.
Not even American.
How did this guy go from okay to now being as pissed as a fart?
He's he's probably
doesn't
took
like
maybe
dumb people who
5
can't do
drinks
plumbing.
all at the same time the last 15 minutes, so
Listen,
you
he
maybe
said
went
it's about
from
pressure, inlet pressure.
Yeah, they need like 40 to 80 psi to start filtering.
Right.
Really?
And your tap's probably like 30.
I look at fucking mood.
Oh, I feel like I got far too much pressure coming out of the tap for the RO.
Well, I need a booster pump that's like 80 psi for my RO.
Well, mine works with the pressure because I've got an EC meter, so it's 0.00, so it's all good in that regard. So,
Oh, okay, sweet.
but I think
when you have
it's
pressure
too
on a
much
globe,
pressure.
bro.
It's way too much pressure, man. And so I'm going to put that limiting valve just before the RO on the tap. But I don't know how that's going to stop
Yeah,
pressure
might
coming up.
If not, just send me a message. I can help you out.
Fuck, man, I've been trying to look it up on Google and shit, and no one
The
mentioned.
size of the inlet orifice that allows the pressure.
I'm from on Gold Coast,
Smaller
mate.
the orifice, lower the.
Weird, man, because everyone's houses have this massive pressure around our area, so it's like it's hard to gauge what's normal in a way because I know it's more than normal, but I've only realized that now.
I'm English, mate. So you have to wake up, mate.
So we've got a new law here in Victoria where if you go to someone's house, you have to check the pressure, and if it's above 500 kPa, we have to put a pressure limiting valve where the meter is.
Fuck that.
I don't want
Fuck you. No fucking way. You piss off. You stay away from my house. I hate them things.
Let me pressure, mate. Pressure.
Yeah, they do. They fuck with your shower.
Is that electric? Is that electric, or is it? I mean, more money, didn't it?
Oh, the shower's so good, dude. Oh, so good. I don't want anyone fucking with that shit.
Australia's kind of fucked right now, isn't it?
Yeah, but so is the world.
Through the COVID as well, to be fair.
Well, you know, I think a lot of the people from New South Wales and that are buying up Queensland, and and like the elephants in the room, like they just got sick of the Dan Andrews fucking mentality of it. Was buying up property here without even looking at the buying 30% over the asking prices, not even coming here, just buying them on the internet. That says a lot.
What knows what?
But I
Do
reckon
you
that
get
was
called to
overreacting.
rentals, Timbo? You do rental jobs, Timbo?
Yeah.
Do you do they ever say, "Oh, don't do that," and you just tell the real estates that you did it and you didn't?
No, I don't, because I have to send photos and a report. So
Yeah, right. Oh, shit.
yeah, but it's funny because they go, no, don't put a pressure limiting valve on. I go, well, right, I can't start the work and sign it off because I actually have to.
Bro, hypothetically,
funny.
have you ever like worked on a job where the subfloor was leaking and you could see like water coming through to the lower ceiling from like the bathroom, so to speak?
Yeah, it's usually the shower base or there's a crack in the bath pipe. But
Yeah,
normally
I
the
think-
shower base or leaking taps in the wall.
All right. Because I think I got that, but I'm not ready to have a plumber come through and check it out for the next like 2 weeks. So I'm thinking if it's an insurance claim, they'll probably look at it as if like, why didn't you call us before? But I'm gonna
ring
try
me and-
and like ignorance and be like, because I could just see the water stain coming to the bottom ceiling, and I know it's only temporary. Like it's only when like the bathtub's full, or there's a flood in the shower where there's a lot of water on the floor. But other than that, like showers and all that are fine. It's just when there's a lot of pressure being released down the pipe.
What you need to do is the insurance company will pay for the repairs, but the fault needs to be fixed by a plumber. They won't fix the fault, but they'll fix the repairs. So ring the insurance company and they'll sort it
It
out.
sounds like.
So repairs like storing the floorboards and opening up the floorboards and all that and painting.
Yeah, they'll rip out the shower. Yeah.
It sounds like we'll have to get a couple Englishmen to sort you out, mate.
Yeah, man. But I'm gonna have to play dumb, sort of like
He
2
said
weeks.
a couple Englishmen.
You gotta
Just
sort
get
these
one
Aussies. You
American.
gotta sort these Aussies out, mate.
American,
What
you'd
are
be
they doing?
great.
Love the Aussies, mate. You're plumbers. I guess you're all plumbers.
Yeah, builder and a plumber.
I'm not a plumber, but I can do plumbing.
You're not a builder.
I can't
Well, I
now.
didn't say I wasn't a builder or a contractor. I said I'm not a plumber.
You're American.
Yeah, we call it jack of all trades. I can frame a
Go
house,
away.
build a house, roof a house, plumb it, wire it, or the driveway, set the
Go away,
foundation,
America.
build the foundation.
You're a bit of an F-18. Jack of all trades, but a master at none.
Oh, fuck me. you
Well, I got a bachelor's, not a master's.
Now you're just showing off.
The Americans show off too much.
They do, eh?
That's why I was a Marine. Proud.
I'm surprised you're not a pilot.
No. Airmen are all right, though. The cocky sons of bitches.
You don't know the IF.
It's like this. You gotta have some balls to insult the hand-to-hand close quarter combat specialist. All you do is fly a jet in and drop a bomb. You don't get no blood on your shirt, but you're gonna insult the guy who gets blood on everything?
Got any
Depends on the- depends on the war, I guess.
anyone got any scientific evidence of a ball?
Only American will tell you.
Well, judging from like 3D modeling perspective, it always has a straight line. I think when you zoom into a circle, it's never perfectly a circle. It's always broken up into sort of like stringent lines. As far as I could see, anyway.
These Americans are so arrogant.
Well, that's true. I'll agree with that.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you.
We are arrogant.
That's fair enough.
That's Terry Muff.
At least you are very honest. Huh?
Yeah, well, Aussies, they can be bitches too, but at least they sound better, cooler when they're saying it because of their accent.
I bet you're from the south.
No, I'm from the north.
Fuck me.
Yeah, I live in Michigan, so Detroit is here, Grand Rapids.
I was expecting to fucking like Louisiana or like, you know, or like South Carolina or.
Oh damn! They was saying,
Oh
they
god
was
damn!
saying-
Alabama.
They thought this motherfucker's down there smoking weed and making moonshine
God
and then they're
damn,
backwoods. By
shit.
God, I gotta go get a squirrel, man. I need dinner. I'll be right back. Y'all got anything to go with some
Damn,
squirrel? You
shit,
come
no.
over.
The goddamn system.
Yeah, we got the shine. We got the squirrel with it, and you got some lettuce or something. Come on through. We'll have a hootenanny.
I'm not an Aussie.
No,
There's Aussies, mate. They're fucking a bit weird.
New Zealand.
No, New Zealand is probably the most superior, if anything. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm waiting for a fucking response. Come on.
I went over to New Zealand last week, and coming from Australia, and you're looking around New Zealand, everything just looks Farmer Joe. Everyone's like still in the gumboots and fucking secondhand clothing shops
Boring.
and shit.
It's boring.
It's boring. It's boring. Is that what you're saying? Because it is boring. Bro, it's like
Sounds like my
fucking
small
cold.
town.
Shit.
I live in a small
It's like a
town.
small UK.
Oh, fuck off.
What can I say? The weather
No,
is shit.
I love Australia, man.
Yeah, it's good to know that you can come back to Australia from a shit place like that.
Oh, we're all part of the family. We're all family.
Yeah, but like the tropics, man, you can't compete. I'm like a crack addict that can't go anywhere else but crack. Literally, you live in a place of paradise. You everywhere
Crack
else
or
is pretty much shit. Like Bali, Thailand is pretty sweet, but my mate in New Zealand is always like, we should go back to Thailand, man. We should fucking do it. This place is, and I know why he wants to go back to Thailand now because I went to his place in New Zealand. It's a fucking shithole. It's cold, miserable. There's nothing going on.
I have to admit, like, it's quite close to Antarctica, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even Australia itself.
Yeah, but
I
we're
never
lucky.
understood
At the
Nowhere near
equator.
it, man.
That's the British. The British, mate, they know
It's
what
nowhere
they're
near
doing.
it.
They know what they're doing. The British Empire. They knew what they're doing.
Nowhere near Antarctica.
Well, it's closer to Britain. Oh, sorry, closer to Australia's closer to Antarctica. Britain is closer to Antarctica. What I'm saying to say.
What?
I don't fucking know, mate. You can't.
Don't worry about that
Yeah, that's
northern
like-
ice cap.
Like saying, mate.
We're the ones that fucking originated it. The Aussies love it. Yeah, fucking.
And then New Zealand's like, bro. Hey, bro.
Oh, fucking bro. That's American, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a stale version of American trash culture.
That was
Sad.
never originally from Britain.
I don't know. You guys had the Jamaicans.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's true, actually.
You guys had like way better taste in music. But like,
It was all
overall.
English.
On English, but like Jamaican inspired. Jamaican inspired
What are you
music,
saying, like,
man.
what are you saying, like Ron's?
Run
Oh, like
DMC.
Beatles?
No, fuck the Beatles. I'm talking
Fuck the
about
Beatles.
jungle. I'm talking about happy hardcore. I'm talking about fucking dubstep, mate.
Do you like drum and bass?
I don't mind it. I used to, but as I'm getting older, the days are gone. The
How old are
music,
you?
just I don't know. Man, I it's good because I'm having a break. Once I go back, I'd listen to it again. It'd be nice, but I don't know. I don't. It doesn't do anything for me anymore.
How old are you?
35.
Fuck me. I'm only
Yeah,
I'm only 15.
you're only 15.
I'm joking. No, I'm 29.
What's in your water?
I'm 29.
Yeah.
I'm
Sound
not-
like you're
yeah.
70.
Oh, thank you.
That's right. Turns woman on.
I reckon, as an Englishman, I can get really. I reckon I could do well in Australia. I reckon.
I reckon you would. Yeah.
Those girls, like,
Depends like what city you're talking about, but they're all generally all the big. You'd say the big three.
they're probably no
They're all
different.
generally the same.
To be honest with you, they're probably no different to in England.
Yeah, except the only tan that they have is natural and not fake.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah, that's true. Actually, to be fair, that is probably true.
No Oompa Loompas, mate. They're the real McCoy.
Well, I don't fucking like those lot. I want some
Nah.
natural shit.
Yeah, man. You go out to the farm, go out Lismore.
You cunt.
Get a bush pig.
Yeah. They'll look after you.
Yeah, fucking look after
Teach you how to ride a horse.
I don't know if you
That's
guys
cool.
are having an argument or becoming good friends. Which is
we're so banter. It's all bah.
You mean like, are you my daddy? Bah?
This is why you guys shoot up schools. Swear to God.
Who you
Americans
guys?
don't-
Because
the
most of
Americans
those people
don't
that shoot up
understand.
schools aren't guys they identify as guys. They
There's a
got
reason why the
pronouns.
Americans are behind us.
They, them.
The Americans are behind us.
Gotta
And I always will throw the rope for the Americans.
Well, you know,
Just
they got
catch up.
propaganda over there. They want you guys to think very little. So be aware of the propaganda machine.
My God, it's the fucking British Empire.
Well, they tell you we're all stupid, but the truth is you could drop me in any jungle in the world and I could build a society there and sustain. So
Let's do an
American
empire.
doesn't mean stupid. It's
Hey,
just
Batamon, you
we're
need a
portrayed
woman.
like we're all
You need a
portrayed
woman
like
for that.
we're,
My bad.
listen. Oh yeah, I know. Listen, I'll find another tribe and I'll go steal some of their women. You ain't heard the history of white men? That's a joke. No, I didn't really mean that. But
That's a serious joke.
yeah, I'm a white guy. I'll just go take somebody else's woman. But no.
I'm actually I'm Aborigine. I used to be born in Australia.
Well,
I'm trying to take over.
What do you do if you bump into an Aboriginal chick on a walkabout, eh? You try to kick it, don't you? She might know where the fucking water is. How to avoid
I
the croc.
fucking know I am right at the moment.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to tell me how to avoid that fucking crocodile while I get a drink of water. Fuck, I'm American. I don't know that shit.
Are you in the bayou? Oh, no.
No, I'm not. I'm not in the bayou or a parish. Actually, they consider me a real Yankee, even though I'm not yanking anything. So I never got that Yankee or doodle. I'm not a doodle dandy. Hell no.
Yeah, he's not a Yankee. He's 5'8". I was gonna say 5'6", but 5'8".
Me? 5'8"? No, I'm 5'10".
Oh, hey, my bad. You're still not a Yankee.
$170.
What the fuck? You got height restrictions to become a Yankee?
Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna be a doodle dandy, yeah.
Yankees are 6 feet plus.
Yes. I've never heard this one, bro.
That's the way they teach it to us in foreign countries. The Yankees are really, really tall. You can't
Fucking
say you're really
Anunnaki.
tall if you're 5'10".
Them Anunnaki Yankees. Them
Awesome, dude. That-
original white people that came from space and soldier women. The Bible talks about them, right?
Easy targets.
Certain religions say that it was white people that came from space and landed on the Caucasus Mountains and come down and kept kidnapping your women.
I thought it was Hamas.
That's why they call us Caucasian.
That's the white.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get that religion.
Islamic.
No. Oh, yeah, it's Nation of Islam, but not
Fuck
Islamic
Islam.
State.
I'm sick of Islam because
That was
the reason is
Noble Drew Ali's prophecy.
I've had my country.
That's enough.
My kingdom is
That's
so
enough.
really.
Hey.
Okay.
I'm
None
getting
of that.
really interested in how to fly a CJ4 Citation Cessna. I don't know why, but I'm so dead set in trying to fly it.
Yeah, they don't want us bashing no religions here, and I agree with that. I just
I
cracked
wasn't.
a joke.
I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to hate on any Democrat.
Immediately, definitely didn't understand.
Yeah, it's TOS, terms of service. We don't want to endanger their service.
I've only just joined it, so my bad. My bad.
I may agree with you, but we couldn't talk about that because it's against Discord.
Let's ask the question, what's the difference between Islamic and Muslim?
The same thing.
The pillars, one is acceptance.
What do you mean?
One is submission to the
that's
total
pretty
will of God. The other one is the acceptors of pillars of Islam.
Well, you're basically by saying like you're going from a group, an individual, and the ideology. That's what you're trying to say. It's the same thing.
It would be, but a Muslim person hasn't accepted
Oh, he's a
Islam.
Muslim.
It-
He's Islamic. It's the same thing.
It's not if you haven't accepted the pillars of Islam.
Come on.
That Muhammad is his only prophet. But
You're not Muslim, mate.
It's like a
Obviously
different
not.
department.
I
It's like-
never
it's a
said I
different
was
department.
Muslim.
Islam.
Listen,
Islam's
I
like a
never
way of
said I
life,
was.
right?
It's like saying to say you're Christian or Catholic.
I'm neither or. But I do study theologies of the world. Yeah.
Then why just say Islam, Muslim?
Because I know the differences. I've talked to Muslim people. They're all over Discord.
So what is the difference? Just give me a quick
I
initial.
told you. Muslim is total submission to the will of God. Islam, to be Islamic, you have to accept the pillars, of one of which is Allah is the only one and only
What
true
is
God,
jihad?
and Muhammad is his prophet. We all
What's
know
jihad?
It's Islamic.
What is jihad?
You know what it is. Rules of war.
Yeah, but holy war is the same thing.
Because, yeah, same thing.
At the fight of Bubble. Where was the battle
Just
taking
said
place?
That Muslim Islam is a different thing. Who said that? You're fucking stupid to think that.
Yeah, well, the point being, you don't have to be Islamic to be a Muslim. And this is true. In practice.
That makes sense to me.
It does. I can be a Muslim by saying there's only one God and I submit to his will, not mine. But to be Islamic, I have to say Muhammad is the only prophet.
You should speak to an actual Muslim person.
I have.
Not me.
Yeah, they say that Christians are Muslims.
Listen, I've got, yes, if we believe in one true God, not the Trinity, yes. I talk to Muslims all the time. I got quite a few Muslim friends right here.
Doesn't get anywhere though.
We actually do comparative studies between the Bible and the Quran. But,
Yeah.
I won't,
So it's
I won't bore anybody with that.
Yeah.
so
Yeah, dog.
Islam is the submission, and a
Well,
Muslim is a person who submits.
Yeah, pretty much. But to
Yeah.
be Islamic in denomination,
Islam's the last. What
you
I
have
would
to
say
accept the
the
pillars.
last.
You don't have to accept the pillars to be.
But Judaism is the first. Christianity is second.
You know
Islam
what the pillars
is
of
third.
Islam is.
The six. What was it? How many pillars? 6.
It's just like, yeah, it's just like the tenets of Christianity or Catholicism. If you don't
Doesn't
accept
matter,
their
no difference,
tenets,
really.
you don't accept their tenets, and they would say you're a heretic and you don't fit in their doctrine.
Fuck it. I'm not really.
And then
I
we
don't
can get
fight
into,
with it.
you know, the same with them that we can get into other guys where they go into their interpretation of Holy Scripture versus actual Holy Scripture. And they follow their interpretations or interpretations of others rather than follow their own book.
Do you know the Sanskrit,
Sanskrit text, yeah. I'm familiar.
which is
They-
Aryan, like closer to.
yeah, Aryan Christianity.
No, it's not Christian. It's Nordic. So if you say
Sanskrit's Middle Eastern.
it's not Middle East.
It's from Sumeria, is it not?
It's Mesopotamian, so yes.
Can I talk about Indo-European pagan religion?
Well, it's Indian classical language. Indo-European. Before even what you said, Semitic language it's not even Semitic language. It becomes different.
Well, a Semitic language is Arabic. Yeah.
Well, Semitic is Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic, yeah.
Greek is not Semitic. Greek is not Semitic language.
Okay, no, you're right. It's Arabic, Aramaic, and Hebrew.
It's not Arabic either.
Yes, it is.
Arabic, yeah, Aramaic and Arabic are both Aramaic
No.
languages. Those are Semitic
No.
languages.
Yes, they are.
Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. And
That's
Aramaic
when-
is
That's why when they
pre-Arabic.
say, that's why when they say anti-Semitic, they're wrong.
Exactly, because those people aren't.
Well,
They're
some of
not
the Greek
Sem-
language,
Semites.
as you turned to say,
Semites.
like the Greek language is Semitic.
We've already corrected that and gone past
Well,
that.
Yeah, that was just I
But
spoke out of turn. It's Arabic,
in which
Aramaic, and
would turn
Hebrew.
to Roman.
And Greek
which-
is phonetic.
When it comes to Greek, the influence of Roman Latin, obviously, are you trying to say like that Latin
Greek-
is Semitic?
No, I think Greek pre-existed Latin and Roman, but no, I just spoke out of turn saying Greek was Semitic language. It was just on my mind because we were talking about scriptures. It's Arabic, Aramaic, and Hebrew. Those
It
are the
becomes-
Semitic.
Comes
Those
from
are the
Indo.
Semitic languages.
It becomes from Indo-Aryan scripture, you know, which I just said.
Yeah, and
Which is not Semitic. Semitic languages is in the Arab world, Judaism,
exactly.
Arabism.
Yeah, so I wouldn't take the Sanskrit text for Semitic. No.
Wake up.
Which one's older, Greek or Hebrew?
Greek.
I don't know about that one.
Actually, not even both of them. Actually, to be fair.
Which one has an older religion?
We don't know.
That's still
The oldest religion is absolutely known. It happened in the Garden of Eden. It's called Satanism. You can be gods. That's the oldest religion on earth. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
What religion you believe in then?
I'm sorry. Speak again. What was that question?
Judeo.
Judaism.
Judaism. I don't. Is that in the Bible? I don't know what that is. The Bible says Judaism. I don't know, man. I just go by what the Bible says.
You literally said that from Adam and Eve, from Garden of Eve.
Yeah,
That was the
Satan.
start.
Right. That's a religion. Yeah, Satan. Yeah, you will be as gods is the religion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Abrahamic.
I'm reading
Yes,
right
they
here
do
that
refer to him as
This is. Go ahead.
I'm reading right here that
Judeo religion.
hold on,
That is a proper reference.
that Greek mythology actually dates back before.
Oh wow, Greek mythology went back in time 2,000 years farther than everybody thought it was. That's amazing. I guess there's a lot of time machine stuff going on now with the internet. If you live on the internet and believe in if you believe in evolution, then all that stuff's anything's possible. Whatever. Yeah.
Listen,
What about
listen, bro. Greek
Sumerian?
mythology is older than
What about-
Greece.
Yeah, I
What
agree.
about Sumerianism? What about Babylonism? Before Greece,
Sumerianism is Aramaic. Sumer.
it's Arabic.
Mesopotamia.
It's Arabic.
Well, Jesus
Yeah.
was a good Samaritan, and he spoke Aramaic.
That was
Yeah.
before Jesus Christ.
No.
Well, you're entitled to your religion. That's good. Can I just believe if you want to believe your religion, that's cool, bro. Just let me believe the Bible. How's that?
Right. Sumer was predominantly Aramaic. It had multiple ethnicities, but
But
what about my older religion? What about okay?
There were civilizations around. There's the Babylonians, the Sumerians, Mesopotamians.
Sounds like Narnia.
Much before, and even the Roman Empire, the Romans, before Jesus Christ. You know, Roman
There were
Empire.
all kinds of religions. Yeah.
So I
I just
can you
I just
at
enjoy
least
seeing all the similarities between Greek
can you at
mythology
least
and
tell
ancient
me
Judaism.
can you at least tell me when life started? I'm not disagreeing with Christianity. I just wanted to know your explanation.
Oh,
You know,
well, I'm not a Christian. Listen, I'm not a Christian, so you wouldn't be disagreeing with me if you did disagree.
I'm
with
not against
Christianity.
Christians. I'm not against
You'll have to
Judaism.
ask XO.
I just want to know.
That's right. You'll have to ask me. I'm a Christian, and God started it all at the beginning, is the exact time. It's so easy. When you read the Bible,
Well, actually,
in the
he did start
beginning,
it all at the same time.
in the very beginning, is when He created a week of creation, about 7 days, I think. Yeah, 6 days and 7 on the rest. Yeah.
Oh, I know that. But when? Like, obviously. It's
Well, I can't give you one. You mean like how many? Like
Hey, the
generalistically,
date
how long
was-
ago?
Let's see. It'd be 0-1. That'd be the first day. The date 0-1. First day.
Yeah, the year
Second
zero. Good. That's true. So Mike's got the year zero. Yep.
2.
But how do you know that?
2. Well,
Because of the miracles that God gave me, my personal relationship with Elohim.
when we count anything on a positive level, that count always starts at 0.
There you go. That's right. 0, 1,000, 1, 1,000, 2. He's right. So we started at year 0. Perfect answer, Mike. There you go. Even though Mike wasn't a Christian, he had to still tell you.
Well, I believe in Christ, in Yeshua Messiah. I just don't believe God came to this world in the flesh, because all flesh is tainted and God can't be in the presence of sin.
Well, that's the thing, is that Jesus had no sin. He was the perfect. Only God can be perfect. That's why he was God on earth. Yeah.
I thought you were against Jesus Christ.
The flesh is tainted with sin.
Jesus
Right, but not God's. God was different. That's why he was born of a virgin. Completely different level. Yeah.
Yeah, he's God's son. That's why God said, "This is my son," when John baptized him, with whom I'm pleased. Otherwise, he witnessed for himself, and the law with 2 witnesses is broken, so it can't
Of
be true.
course he witnessed it for himself. Only God does it. Auto is the word in Greek. Only God saves. Only God gets the credit. There's only one God. That's why the people that don't know Jesus is God can't even get the basics of the Bible right. They don't even have anything right. They have nothing to show for it. There's no fruit. And that goes for all the Enochians as well. Only the people that know the Bible understand Jesus as God.
Holy Spirit, you
Hold
ask them, do they believe in
So
the
Yeah,
Bible?
Jesus is God. Yes, period.
Yeah.
End of story.
I
Yeah,
know
and nobody
Jesus
can
Christ is
challenge
the
that.
Bible.
Period. End of story. Yeah.
I know that Jesus Christ
You got
is
it.
the Bible.
Yeah.
I know Jesus Christ is the Bible. Why did people not learn the scriptures or learn the Bible immediately?
Good question. Lazy.
You know?
Lazy. Weak.
Why are we now at this situation
Pathetic.
now?
Because God wants special children.
Long-term argument over 3 different groups and denominations.
But basically, it's not really scripture.
Like
is
the
it? Bullshit.
Jehonians. They were the richest, so they won. We got the doctrine of John because the Jehonians won.
You're wasting our time as humans.
Yeah, I'm not a human. That's true. But yeah,
Right.
Yeshua says, "I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end." Jesus literally
I don't
says he is
actually-
Yod He Vav He. I almost answered the question. So in Revelation 1:8, he says, "I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Thus saith the Lord God Almighty, the one who always is, always was, and is to come." That's why it's called the revelation of Jesus Christ. Only God can be the Savior. There's only one God. Otherwise, it's polytheism. And that's why the flat Earth has so many problems, because their polytheism is leaving them in the past. And that's why all these flat Earth channels have, that are indoctrinating on this polytheism have literally nothing to show for. So all you got to do is see who has the fruit. You have the polytheists that don't believe Jesus is God. They literally have nothing to show for. They're scared to read the Bible. And then you have me. My channel alone has more evidence than all the Enochian polytheists combined. So my channel is on my profile. It's called Blood Always Finds Its Level. And I guarantee on my life I have more evidence for earth and heaven than all of the polytheistic people that don't believe Christ is the divine creator of the heavens and the earth, the Shamayim and the Edets. So let me know when you want to make that competition, and I'll show up.
Hey,
Best luck.
Can I make a comment on that? You seem awful prideful in that statement.
Yes,
pride
because
comes
I've been putting up with people like you muting me for 3 years, Mike. Yes, we're tired of you do-nothing flat earthers that are stuck on the internet, Mike. Yes, that's right. We are tired of you do-nothing flat earthers that are preaching polytheism, and that's why we slap the shit out of you bitches. We're going to absolutely annihilate. You don't even know the basics. You've been muting us and slandering us for years, bro, because you're cowards on the internet. I'm sorry, you're going to get your fucking ass kicked, Mike. Deal with it. Be a man.
Listen,
Eat shit.
Don't call me a bitch unless you got balls to meet up, okay? First off. Second off, if you didn't have so much pride, you couldn't fall so far. Now watch who you fucking talk to.
It's gone.
You fucking talk to me like I'm your bitch. I'm not your bitch. That's why you're single, motherfucker. Stupid mother.
Have a good day. You're gonna. I want to fucking. I might have. I've got a gangster right here to shoot him.
That guy's a fucking idiot, man.
Yeah, so
Listen,
he mentions
in one
religion.
moment he's a Christian, and the next moment he's calling me a bitch. He says you'll know them by their fruit. There you go. I treat others how they treat me, just like Jesus said. Hey, and notice, I gotta point this out. Notice this guy runs every time before he finishes this Jesus isn't God argument. Because there's no actual established scriptural evidence that Jesus ever said he was God. The revelation is of John. John wrote the revelation, not Jesus. No red letter words in Revelation.
The gospel, according to Thomas, also does not mention and proclaims that it is not him who is God, but all of us are the sons of God.
I found it interestingly read multiple Christian and Protestant doctrines, and you read the Gospel of Thomas. Like, They limited what we should read. That's why the Council of Nicaea chose to read what are the verified by the Catholic religion scriptures of the people who killed Christ. We're supposed to believe them on what Christ's mission was. And the scribes and the Pharisees that put him to death tell you now who he was and what he was trying to tell you. And XO is totally bought up in that system.
Oh, it's the weather.
Get me, God. I don't know how you guys still put up with that. So how do you still do that? Every time he comes in here, he just shits on the conversation.
Yeah, Mike, it's a little bit hard with him. A lot of fire in.
Yeah, look, he's in text right now saying for 3 years I've been attacking him, and I'm not even responding to his messages. Like literally, I don't mod at 24/7 no more, and this is the only place I ever see XO. And I just got here, so over 3 years, me and him have done nothing together. Been no mutes or none of that shit, because he doesn't come to my server. Of course, he is.
I'm
banned.
sorry he spoke like that, and
No, listen, don't apologize for him. You didn't do that shit. You don't co-sign his words.
I know, Mike.
I'm not.
But I still consider him one of our brother, but...
I do too. He just can't have a logical conversation when somebody challenges what he says. It becomes belligerence from him, but he's the holier-than-thou Christian. And this confuses me.
Yeah. I mean, he knows a lot of stuff. That's a good thing, but... yeah, this is what I don't like to men. People. Mic check?
Mic check.
No, you're
Yeah,
working.
I thought my phone went off. So yeah, when they become very confident in the little knowledge that they gain, the new knowledge, new information, like they make it a solid foundation, which will 100% in the future will be proven to have flaws. So I'm not saying to deny reality and not be 100% certain of facts, like fire burns, water is wet. Yeah, I know these things, but when it's about knowledge, yeah, there are a lot of things which are not nailed in science.
Mhm. That's a good way to put it too.
And especially when about history, like if news is fake, then what the hell about history? You know?
Yeah, because most historical events were covered on the news, right?
Yeah,
That's the way the news said it to be.
yeah. If they lie us about news, then of course they can lie us about history and everything. We learn the history of the winners, the victors, not the true history. I mean, the victors, who are they? Most of the time is the robbers, the thieves.
It's very ironic. It's very ironic to me when there's like a flat earther who's all about proving things, evidence, and then they push.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about belief, but I'm saying they push something like the Bible, which just by definition you can't verify. It's full of historical contingent supposed facts which no one can verify from the past.
Yeah, I personally, for example, I don't believe in the existence of Abraham and his children, like Isaac. You know, I don't think that character ever existed. It was a story inserted in the Bible to change the genealogy of the snake people, which in Eastern Europe, we know them who they are. We know very well who they are.
Sure, I mean,
but yeah, today we are not allowed to pronounce their name, you know.
And that could be true, but again, all of these are historical
either
facts or falsehoods, and you're never really going to find out with any certainty whether they're true or not. They could be true, they could be false.
And
I don't know.
I heard you and Mike also speak about ancient texts, like what would be the oldest writings and stuff. Yeah, I know that part of the world, USA and most of Europe, everybody learned that Sumerian tablets are the most ancient writing in the world, like the first writing in the world. But that's not true. And the world couldn't have known it because for so many decades, the Iron Curtain of the communism has not allowed any US historian or archaeologist or scientist or whatever to have a look inside Romania. What do these people know here? To our academia, there was no access, you know.
I don't know who you're talking about. I didn't make any claims one way or the other. I don't believe anything. I don't know anything about history. History could be as old as fucking 500 years ago, or 400 years ago, or 2 million years ago. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, I'm telling you that in Romania, for example, King Carol I, yeah, in the 1800s, when he became king of Romania, he's not even Romanian, he came and started building a palace for himself as the new king. And when he started digging the foundation, he found a gold treasure, 200 solid gold tablets. These were ancient tablets from a lost ancient civilization. We know it as the Dacian people. Dacian Empire was the last empire that lost a battle with the Roman Empire, you know. And actually, it was the greatest conqueror of the Roman Empire. So we have accounts that there were cultures and civilizations which they had their knowledge and history written in solid gold, not paper, not stone, but also in Greek historians, when they speak about Delhi, the oracle from Delhi, yeah, they are saying about this oracle that she had sapphire tablets, like sapphire stone. Guys, I don't think anyone can actually know what that means. Sapphires are very, very expensive, precious stones. But to have a tablet made of sapphire, one whole tablet, one piece, sapphire that big, is like the page of a book. It will be thick as a book, only one page, yeah, one tablet. But oh my God, a little stone, a wedding is like 20, 30, $50,000 when you have sapphire.
And now it's all like melted down, or what?
No, nobody knows what they are. And this actually, it's the story of the Sibylla Eritrean. It's the woman that went to King Solomon and she gave him gifts. She was very interested in his wisdom, to meet his wisdom.
Yeah, she brought him a treasure. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
She brought him.
And
Found that treasure.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, cool.
She impressed King Solomon, like the gifts she brought. Yeah.
Yeah. I've read that.
Yeah, and we have a Romanian academician which is tracing that woman somewhere in Ardeal, Romania, which in the Greek mythology is known as Amazonians. You know?
Romanian.
Yeah.
Amazon, the women of the Amazon, the Romanian women.
Yeah.
Please, King Solomon. That's a proper and correct statement.
Yeah, they were very wise women. Yeah.
Ali's
This
Angels.
is a book. This is a book I'm speaking from. It's Prehistoric Dacia. It has been translated in English. It won't be an easy read because.
Sheba, right?
Sorry?
Queen Sheba?
Yeah, yeah. Sheba. Also, she was known also like that.
Yeah, it's that's in 1 Kings too.
Mm. And after visiting him, she went to that region area in Africa where is today Ethiopia. And there are many speculations that in Ethiopia could be these sapphire tablets somewhere hidden, lost, you know. But a sapphire tablet, the only way I can imagine to exist is to be made by God Himself, the scribe of God, you know, like it would be in Greek mythology, the scribe of Zeus is Volcanos. And I think that will be the historical character being that would know how to actually make sapphire tablets. Because this material is so rare in nature. These stones, precious stones, they are so rare and they don't come in big sizes. If we search like the biggest sapphire in the world, I don't think we will find a stone bigger than a basketball.
Yeah, that girl, that queen, she had questions for him too. Questions, Solomon,
Yeah.
about his divine knowledge.
Yes, yes. She wanted to know.
And he questioned
And
her, and he was impressed not because of the treasures, but because
yeah,
she actually knew some of the answers to the divine questions.
yes.
Yeah, I always thought Shiva was one of the most alluring.
Well, this historian, our Romanian historian academician, was saying that this woman that visited King Solomon, she was the oracle of Delhi.
Delphi.
Yeah, Delphi.
Yeah, the Oracle of Delphi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that. She was an
Yeah.
Amazonian woman who was an Oracle of Delphi and had
Yeah.
divine knowledge herself. That's why she
Yes.
sent her tribute to King Solomon
Yes.
on a level nobody else had ever given, with gold, talents, and spices
Yeah.
and herbs and wood from their forest.
Yeah.
But he had to answer questions. That's what they don't get. She questioned him before she gave him the fucking treasure. She said,
Yeah.
"This is all yours to have if you could just
Yeah.
answer a few questions about the divine understanding."
Yeah.
And he was impressed by the conversation and the connection she had with divinity.
Yeah. Well,
More than
they were
the
not even gifts, you know. I mean, that's like the legacy is like King Solomon had divine inspiration. Yeah. So she knew that when she gives these exquisite gifts and stuff, they were not lost. Like they still belong to the divinity, you know.
Exactly, they just sharing wealth in
Yeah.
the family,
Yeah.
in the sect, the denomination.
Mhm.
It still belonged to a servant of her God. And that's what impressed
Exactly.
him. That her
Yes.
God was also his God.
Yeah.
Even though she comes from a far away land.
Yeah.
'Cause they all, at that time, had beliefs that each land was ruled over by a different god.
And as much history I read, learned, I mean, I didn't read too much, but I know for a fact that no nation in the world can pride itself that their generals and soldiers had gold armors, like breastplates, decorations, jewelry, swords of gold and silver, helmets of gold and silver, and even their horses with such things. And we have parts of these things in Russian thesaurus, gold thesaurus taken by the Russians from Romania. Actually, we gave it to them for keeping, safekeeping. But yeah, we never got it back.
Yeah, we had a bunch of shit like that. Or not.
Yeah.
We had drugs. We had drugs for
It
France.
vanished. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we had, 10 tons of opium in the basement. It was France's, but I'm sorry, King of
Yeah.
France. I think some doping got the code to our lock.
Yeah.
We had painting. America stole a lot of wealth. And they openly admitted spoils of war.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't just German soldiers taking spoils of war in the World War. It was also Americans and Allied troops. They would take stuff too. I mean, if you seen a $2 million painting hanging on the wall of a blowed up restaurant, you
man.
wouldn't leave that there, right? You'd be like, well, I'm going to have to send that home to my wife.
Let's get drilling the walls.
I mean, why leave it here, guys? We're going to bomb this shit tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm taking that. Taking the piano too, damn it. You know what I mean?
Leave nothing. Leave no trace.
Right, but then when we left, we took all these. It's just like North against South in America. They say it was all over slavery, but what the North essentially did was went down there and just took their damn properties. They burned down their fucking ranches,
Yeah.
plantations, and they take all the riches, silver, all their gold, paintings, jewelry, all that shit. They just go in and raid these Southerners, take all their shit. And it brings up the question of, if it was just over slavery, then why were they stealing all their property? And not just that, but the slaves were their property too. But I'm not going to get into that, you stole my slave shit.
Yeah,
But they stole
yeah.
their silver too. Did they give the
Yes.
silver to the slaves? Now, I could see if we were freeing people who were captives for a lifetime from their captor, and we take their captor's shit and we take his life, then yeah, if we're going to take all the stuff from the person that tortured them for a lifetime, we should probably give it to them and not keep it for our own benefit. Right? Just give it to his victims. As reparations for the trespass on their freedom, their God-given freedom.
Well, no government that will ever form in this world other than God's government will be able to actually use gold in agriculture as a fertilizer. No government will ever afford that. This is my personal study in alchemy, and
Yeah,
This is what I
gold has
conclude that
pure.
in ancient times gold was fertilizer.
Well, not only that, Get, they took it from our rivers, our streams, the bottoms of
Yes,
our
yes.
oceans. It's also
Nature.
a God. It's also a God-given water purification system.
Yes,
When
yes.
you flow moving water, you create energy.
Yeah.
When this energy is multiplied by gold, silver, and crystalline
Yes.
structures,
Yes.
it becomes a field. That field
Yes.
purifies the water.
True. Yeah. So this is why our quality of food is so poor. You know, it's yeah.
Yeah, well, rich people eat gold too, edible gold, and that's supposed to help with your system.
Well, they use gold spoons and forks, you know, and silver knives. So when you use steel to cut vegetables, fruits, anything, food, yeah, it's oils and a lot of acids, so it oxidates. Yeah, we use stainless steel. It is less oxidative, but it's not non-oxidative.
Yeah.
Stainless steel also rust. Yeah. Well, I gotta get ready, go to work. Be great, everyone. It's time, battle mode.
Man, don't work too hard, bro. I'll smoke one for you.
Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
Riding on eggshells. You ask the XO, I'm curious to know your answer. Could you be wrong? I think that's something he's unwilling to or too prideful to admit, brother. So that's an astute attention to detail. I mean, I was just trying to have a conversation about the validity of his doctrine, and he blows up like that, and then he goes, "Why do you mute me? Just because I'm wrong?"
Yeah, I think it's yeah, as I was saying in the comment, I think it's indicative that you're wrong. If you can't like a worldview that's robust, like there's a dissonance, which is one thing. If the dissonance spikes because somebody's challenging your worldview, that's regardless of whether it's wrong. But also, if your worldview can't stand up to scrutiny, that might be an indication it's wrong. So there's no point, if you're right, there's no point getting upset at people. You can get annoyed if they talk over you or they do something to you personally, but just having a different worldview is like, okay, these are things we can talk through.
Yeah, right. You're right. He can't talk through it. I think he's just one of them guys that is like this. This is what I say, and that's fine. It's unquestionable.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's your belief system. I would just like you to concede that. So your belief system doesn't work with my logical system. And so I try to reason that out in a conversation, but you can't do it because to challenge what he says only brings anger out of him. And this is a guy who's saying, I'm so much holier than you. I'm on the path to heaven. I'm on that one narrow path. I'm going to heaven, and while I'm on it, I'm gonna take a seat above you and condemn you to hell, even though I'm not the judge. And a person who understands all that, they know the path is narrow. They know they're not the judge, but they're still so full of pride that they can't just, in an intelligent and peaceful manner, relay what it is that builds a bridge in their logic to this is the truth.
Yep.
I would say those people don't really know why they believe what they believe. If you can't lay down what you believe simplistically so any moron can understand it, then the truth is you don't know why you believe what you believe.
Yep.
You just believe it. Just believe it. I mean, it's simple reasoning. Well, I trust this authority. I trust that. I've tested this, and in my belief, it stops right there. It's tried and true, and there's no shame in saying that, unless there's fear of rejection or fear of doubt, just like you said, and it's fear that causes most of these personality disorders, right? We know that.
Yeah, I think it's my philosophy on it is that it's certainty. Certainty is the enemy. Certainty makes us sort of get angry and is maladaptive, as it would be called in psychology. It is unhelpful to us.
Yeah, exactly.
So also ego as well.
Yeah,
Doesn't want to let you be wrong for pride
exactly.
reasons.
Yeah, the ego is the part of you that can't stand the probability or certainty of what your statement is and whether or not it's true. It's your ego. But you've decided at a certain point it is 100% true.
Can always be wrong.
Yeah, I think that's what makes wise men wise. We know we don't know it all, and we damn well know we can be wrong.
The conversation.
What is it? Yeah, we'd gone from something.
Shooting the
I forget.
breeze. Shooting the breeze.
Shooting the breeze, exactly.
Shooting the breeze. Okay.
So we went from celestial navigation to Jesus as God and back to navigation, but then here we are again. Right?
Is someone mocking the Australian accent?
It did sound that way.
I couldn't hear you.
No, I was trying to hold in my joint. I'm sorry if it sounded like a poor Australian accent.
No. It was. Who was it?
Hey,
I don't
I'm just
understand
smoking
what the
weed,
fuck you're
mate.
talking about.
It's Allison.
Oh,
Wait.
Crocky.
Uh-oh.
What you want to do on a fried out combat?
Battle mod. It's not Owlishness. It's Allison.
Yes.
Damn it, I always get him confused. Look, he knew I was confused from like, damn it, he done confused me. Owlishness.
Totally different voices.
When she comes, I like to say, ooh. She's owlishness.
I wonder how old that gets.
Me?
No, that I wonder how old that joke gets.
I don't know. I'm 51, though. I'm not scared of my age.
Nothing to do with age.
Classics are cool. At least when
We
we're
sound
talking.
different is my thing, so people should be able to differentiate us.
Oh, don't be offended, because
Not
it's
offended,
my confusion. It's not your voice.
obviously.
I think it's just my headset. So now that I hear you a little clearer, I think you guys do.
You sound like you're in a race car practice.
Oh, do I?
Yes.
Yeah, my daughter's got my headset right now, so I'm using a regular mic. It's probably picking up my fan. My bad.
It's okay.
How about that? Is that a little better?
Do it again.
Little old lady. Ooh.
I still hear a little bit of it, like the crunchy stuff in the background, but yeah, it's better.
Yeah, it's just a built-in mic. I got a headset, but I also have an 18-year-old daughter, so I shouldn't have to explain that to anybody that's a parent. So I don't have a headset. I need to order or purchase a new one. But I still got an 18-year-old daughter. And I'm a single parent, so I make up for that. And yeah, you can take my stuff, I guess. Yeah, they're girls. They just know how to work their dad.
It's the opposite way around, sounds like. Good Lord. It's crazy. Mm. Anyways, I need to get comfy. We can play trivia. Yee? I am fucking mute. Am I here?
Is this real life? Yes, you're here.
Okay, why did you wait to tell me? The magnetism of the earth. Anyone?
What's that about the magnetism of the Earth?
I want to know more about it. And what things it impacts, like that we might observe.
I've heard some quite cool things about migratory birds
Well, that I
having
know, but I was talking of something
ferrous
else.
stuff in their beaks so they can sense the magnetic fields of the Earth. That's quite a cool one. There's stuff on how scientists decided they think the Earth's poles have switched by looking at the alignment of iron in sedimentary rock. A lot
Here's
of
my
them.
question. Yeah, so this is my
Sounds
question.
like bullshit to me.
Could be.
It's
Could
definitely
be.
not bullshit. It's very observable, recordable over time.
The cause is not, though.
What's the cause? You got a different cause, or are you just calling bullshit because you don't like it?
I'm just saying there's no way to determine the cause.
Right. Yeah.
It's
You
definitely a way to.
posit a potential
And
cause, and then you test it with falsifiable predictions. Sorry, carry on.
yeah, and they didn't just do one
How do you
thing. They actually
falsify
did
the
two
Earth's core
things.
switching magnetic poles?
Look, you don't falsify that. You falsify the prediction that makes.
What prediction does that make?
That you'll be able to find many things, but one of them being that you'll be able to find iron filings that in certain layers of sediment will be facing different directions.
Interesting.
So what is it, Ali, who's speaking? Alison was also trying to speak.
Allison, yeah.
What were you saying, Alison?
I was asking the question that he was kind of elaborating on.
You have an answer for that, eggshells?
What question?
You might have to
Okay,
ask it
so
again, Alison.
yeah, so I was just curious. This is something that's always been interesting to me. We know that the Earth's magnetic field is kind of like this protected bubble from like solar events and things like that, but can also it's also kind of the migratory birds. It creates this inner compass in them, so they know where to go and when, using that magnetic field. And what happens when a solar event disrupts that magnetic field and birds end up in places they've never been,
Is that the
migrate the
case?
wrong way.
I did not know that. That's quite cool.
It's so cool. I'm obsessed with it. We don't ever talk about it. I'm sending you the article right now.
Okay. Very cool.
I'm
Reminds
so
me of
glad
another.
that somebody thinks it's cool.
Yeah, I think it's very cool. I heard one which this is it seemed like very shaky science, I was questionable of the methodology and the size of the sample, but it was still quite cool, where they said maybe foxes might use the magnetic field to find, when they dive in the snow, like they go and they're listening for like a critter who's maybe under a foot of snow, and they listen there on top of the snow for a bit, and they jump up in the air and like smash snout first through the snow. And they said maybe they're using the magnetic field of the Earth because they mostly do it facing north in the northern hemisphere, and they are more successful as well. So if you compare like for like of them not facing north, they are less successful when they get nomming little nom-noms.
The thing I
Could it be to
posted
do with
too,
hearing?
it doesn't go
Could be.
into, it's not just a theory, right? They started with an actual experiment, or like kind of like what you call like laboratory experiment, where they changed the conditions for the bird to emulate moon and what they might see in the sky, and to see what it would, if it changed behavior. But then they actually measured the migratory birds and watched their patterns based on if there was a solar event or not. And it's so fascinating, and I wish we talked more about this.
Yeah, I think it's very cool.
Yeah, I'm
So
so
what?
happy someone else thinks that's cool.
What's the So I guess what's the competing theories then? If you sound like you might be a Glober, Alison.
Yeah, I'm a Glober.
So I guess have you talked to flat earthers about it? Do they have a competing theory that might explain it?
No, I if you try to talk to flat earthers about it, all they want to say is prove gravity. All the things you hear over and over and over again. I was like, well, I really want to talk about this. This is so interesting. So no, it's never been entertained so far.
Flat earthers say.
What do you think about it, Aussie man? Is that T-Dub?
No, it's Timbo.
G'day, Timbo. What do you reckon about it?
G'day, Timbo. What do you reckon?
So
what, the foxes or the other one?
Maybe you need to clarify it, Alison. You're saying these birds, if I'm to remember all of what you said, these birds are guided by the magnetic line, sort of field of Earth, such that when there are solar events that disrupt it, their path is disrupted, and such that if you do it in a lab, explain the lab experiment again. I didn't fully get my head around it.
See, I'm reading through the article right now. Winger and his colleagues looked at spring and fall migrations separately and factored in each night's cloud cover, because birds are also known to use stars to navigate, among other resources. They take information from multiple sources, right? Not just their internal compass. In general, the birds seem to be more sensitive to space weather disturbances in the fall, when they would have faced less pressure to arrive promptly, and when the year's hatchlings would have been making their first migration, as well as on cloudy nights, the researchers found. Both she and others noted, however, that the study only identified a potential association between magnetic field disturbances and bird behavior. It's possible that some third variable is affecting both. With correlations, it's always very hard to draw conclusions, said a neuroscientist at Rice University, who was not involved in the new research. That being said, this group of scientists definitely did a really good job getting as close as they can to the answer, but it means they had. Overall, the study is a reminder to look beyond human sensory capacities and try to understand the behavior of non-human species. Humans don't perceive these magnetic fields, so we don't perceive a magnetic storm the way we would a weather storm, so we have no idea if there's something coming or going, or that's a problem. Birds perceive an actual disturbance. It suggests these things happening in space that seem like they're not relevant to the Earth actually are.
That's interesting. That's very cool.
Yeah. And so for example, like this one species of eagles is, they're like seagull eagles. They look totally different than what you think of when you think of an eagle. Ended up in places that they had never lived before, because it just so happened that year, right before this migratory patterns would have started to ensue, there was a solar event, and that disrupted the magnetic field. I'm just like, it's so crazy how all these things are connected.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm riding on eggshells.
What does your picture look like?
My picture's 2 eggs.
Oh, eggs. Yeah. Eggs and bacon.
That's right.
Hmm.
Oh yes, you were the one that made that joke the other day.
Yeah.
Bacon and I have been hanging out for years before somebody made that joke. You're only the second
I
person to
could
notice.
tell. Yeah. Well, I could tell by the way you guys interacted with each other, but I don't know. I just thought that was cool. I wish we talked about stuff like that more. And I don't even know if anyone gives a fuck, or if we just have to say the same things over and over again, or if we could talk about something new. That'd be awesome.
So,
Yeah, 'cause
so birds getting lost during a magnetic solar storm.
It's like a solar event impacts the magnetic kind of like bubble of the Earth, which also impacts the magnetic compass, which is inside of them. Okay, so by the way, I read up on
Now,
secondary research to this. It said not only that, actually, birds have, because it's been happening, they have adapted to that. And I forget the conditions under which they still go to the right place or go to the wrong place. I'll look it up real quick, but
is
I
it
thought that's
proven
cool
they
too.
have an inbuilt magnetic compass, or do they fly by the sun's rays? 'Cause I've
They also
seen
use stars, sun, like I said earlier, but they have this internal compass.
Have we got evidence of the internal compass?
Yeah, I mean that's old news, but yeah, I can try to find something for you.
Yeah, the evidence I think is varied, where it's lab tests and a bunch of stuff. But the other one I knew they did was just testing the ferrous or magnetic properties of their beaks, and they do find that their beaks are magnetic.
Sorry,
cool.
can you say that again?
Yeah, testing the ferrous. Like my understanding is they've found, I don't know if it's iron or something, that's something in their beaks that is ferrous, that is magnetic in some way, so it reacts to the.
Oh,
To the
but then they
field.
also, after they went the wrong way because of these different things that impacted that.
Eagle is it?
So the eagle I was talking about earlier as an example was like a sea eagle.
Yeah, fish eagle.
No, a sea eagle.
Probably
I don't
if
know.
it's.
Is it called a
I
fish
think.
eagle?
I think battle mod means an eagle that eats fish.
Yeah, a sea
All
eagle is
eagles eat fish.
a fish eagle that primarily hunts out in They
They
tend to
look
get lost
different.
sometimes.
Oh,
Yes.
Not
Yes.
all eagles eat fish. That's
True.
not true.
Yes.
True.
Yes.
Yeah, we
This
got
one,
the
it
ones
looks
that eat
distinct. It
You're
looks
you're
different from
right.
a regular. Yeah. hmm
Just make sure we're into the same study before.
We have eagles out in the desert that don't eat fish.
So
Yeah.
writing, you said they make a correlation, aridity,
Fair,
feralness,
Ferris.
ferrousness of the beach.
That's something I'm dimly remembering from a long time ago. Alison's obviously checking it up. So if she says that's not how they've done it, I
I'm
will
looking more
absolutely.
into it. Give me a sec.
Right, because that would be correlate.
Yeah,
Magnetism
you go here.
makes this do that, or it's attractive, or has magnetic properties. There'd have to be a slight pull for it to be a magnetic.
Yeah,
Could demonstrate, especially if it's flash. Turning the magnet up till we get a reaction. If it's
yeah,
ferrous, there will be a reaction.
yeah. I'm with you on that. And that's the kind of thing I was talking about before, Timbo. It's like just make a testable prediction, and then you get closer and closer to going, okay, this is probably right then.
Right. Well, a lot of us are arguing magnetics better. Assume because everybody says it's magnetic. You can have a magnetic field where energy flows. Still create the same toroidal field. Basin. Euclidean math, we can map it out with the exact points and limits. Spherical exponential.
Yeah, I think that it's the geomagnetic activity.
But you say geo, that just means Earth. Yes. Earth magnetics better to clear up. But it's my position, not propagation of magnetic toroidal field resonance, such as not exclusive. Anything alternator puts out the same field that the Earth, not a generator, same thing.
Yeah,
Flow
I
of
don't think you
electric.
use it to say sphere. I think you use it to go, there are, I don't fully get this stuff, but there are permanent magnets, which is like static. We don't assume any moving physical parts, and they have a field that is fairly static. And then there are, I forget the other ones, but like electromagnets, essentially like if you have magnets, you can move metal. If you move metal, you can have magnets. And so we go, well, could the magnetic field be explained by a molten core? And I know there are experiments that have tested that are testing, like it's a big spherical shaped thing that heats up something ferrous. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, because I'm
and
with
spins
you
it around.
because of the Curry temp, because the argument over Curry temp, and I really don't get it. That's a bunch of space and thing that nobody's the core.
Yeah.
Magnetism, saying it doesn't require a core or even rotating plates for electrons, movement electron, magnetic field. There you go. That's why it's called magnetism. You know, there's a field that surrounds the wiring in your house as your fuse box outlet
Yeah.
around that. The
Yeah, I
EMF field.
don't need to be mansplained that, I know, but I was just really interested in the bird migration, how it was impacted by these other factors, and why. And I was just looking into it, but I was interested.
There is
Yeah,
a resonance and a vibration that comes from the heavens above, so that has an effect in the medium that we're in.
I could not understand you. What?
There is a frequency, or you can say a resonance. That I think Ballermont mentioned the Schumann resonance, didn't you, Ballermont?
yeah, which is a frequency. That's what frequency and resonance.
Yes,
Okay.
there is such a thing that comes from the heavens above, from the luminaries down to the ground. So that might have an effect on things down here.
Yeah, no. So this is measuring when there's actual observable, like solar events that, impact the magnetic
Glow.
field. Is there
Yeah,
a
glow.
difference in the migration patterns of birds?
Yeah, I get into this too. I duck hunt. Like to know if ducks are adjusting patterns
Mm.
a third of the percentage of distance hunt for.
Okay, so I'm predicting scrolling through, it'll take me 2 minutes to read this if you want me to read it out loud.
I don't know if
Well, if you're
anybody's
not
really.
interested, yeah, it's okay. It's all right.
I'm in. Yeah.
Let's hear it.
I'm
Let's hear it. I mean, if you guys are gonna touch anything else, let's hear it. Come on.
Sure. Okay. So this is an article in Scientific American, trying to cite it properly, from 2023. It's titled "Solar Storms Can Hinder Bird Migration." The same solar storms that can paint the polar skies with dancing lights might also interfere with a very different phenomenon: bird migration. Nocturnally migrating birds are less likely to fly, and in some cases more likely to drift where the winds take them, during space weather events that disturb the magnetic field that surrounds our planet. That's the same field that, among other cues, birds use to guide their paths, according to research published on Monday in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, USA. The study focused on birds that move at night, as most migrators do, particularly perching birds, such as warblers, thrushes, and sparrows. We really didn't know what we would find at all, because at face value, space weather and bird migration sounds kind of wacky, says Ben Winger, an ornithologist at the University of Michigan and a senior author of the new research paper. But we do know that birds use magnetic fields, and the magnetic fields do get disrupted. So there ought to be a relationship. Space weather includes the solar wind of charged particles that constantly streams across the solar system, coronal mass ejections that send blobs of the sun's plasma into space, and solar flares that shoot bursts of radiation from our star. Earth's magnetic field swathes our planet in a protective bubble that blunts the worst of the sun's outbursts, but strong events can still affect human infrastructure such as GPS satellites and power grids. And some of this weather can affect the magnetic field in ways that are not perceptible to humans. Typically, studies of magnetic sensing in birds have focused on individual animals and have tested how they responded to exposure to an artificial magnetic field, for example, or a fake night sky with star positions that didn't match their magnetic location. But Winger and his colleagues decided to look at bird behavior in real life and on a much larger scale by using data generated by radar stations employed for weather forecasting. During spring and fall migrations, birds take to the sky in such quantity that radar stations can tally the number of animals in flight. And the researchers compared 23 years worth of radar data from across the central US with magnetic field measurements from the stations. The scientists found a noticeable decrease in the sheer number of birds migrating on nights with high geomagnetic activity. I'm not surprised that the disturbance in this field has had an effect, a behavioral endocrinologist said, who specializes in bird migration, was not involved in the research. Winger and his colleagues looked at the spring and fall migrations separately and factored in each night's cloud cover because birds are also known to use stars to navigate, among other resources. In general, the birds seem to be more sensitive to space weather disturbances in the fall, when they would have faced less pressure to arrive promptly, and when the year's hatchlings would have been making their first migration, as well as on cloudy nights, the researchers found. It shouldn't be surprising to us that they can respond and that they're flexible, and that this doesn't show them for a complete loop and that they're using other cues. There is so much information out there, and birds tend to use it all. Both she and others noted, however, the study only identified a potential association between magnetic field disturbances and bird behavior. It's possible that some third variable is affecting both. With correlations, it's always very hard to draw conclusions, a neuroscientist said, who is not involved in the research. That being said, this group of scientists definitely did a really good job at getting as close as they could to the answer with all the means they had. Overall, the study is a reminder to look beyond human sensory capacities when trying to understand the behavior of non-human species. Humans don't perceive these magnetic fields, so we don't perceive a magnetic storm the way that we would a weather storm, so we have no idea that there's something going on. It's a problem, whereas it turns out that birds are perceiving an actual disturbance. It suggests that these things happening in space that seem like they're not relevant to Earth actually are. The end.
But there is a phenomena that is affecting the birds'
Whoa.
patterns and the way they behave, but that doesn't correlate to this place being a ball, whatever. There is like I said, there is an input from the heavens above into the medium that we're in, and that might have that might be what they are trying to interpret.
What do you
They're
mean input from above?
interpreting.
I think that
Well,
was a little more than 3 minutes.
No, it's like just about 3
I'm
minutes.
just joking.
Oh, I think I'm like, oh,
The
I
input
perfectly
from
timed
above,
that.
like you mentioned, the solar winds and that you said the space. You said the space space is affecting the way the birds behave. So yeah, their input from above, it can be described different that the way it's being described in the article, because there is a phenomena that is affecting the behavior of the birds, but that doesn't mean they know exactly what it is and how it works, because they tell you, they said almost at the end that they don't know exactly what it is. They're
Well, they know
interpreting
what they're
certain things
measuring.
into that.
They definitely know what they're measuring, but is this the only factor, or are there more combinations of factors that are leading to this? That's all they're saying. They know what they're measuring. It's not like they're like, we don't know. You know, they did it in a controlled study, in multiple controlled studies, and then they did it actually with like an independent sample.
Did you post it?
Yeah, I did. I think I did. Yeah, check it out. I don't know why I'm fascinated by it. I know not everyone's interested with it, but I just thought I'd shoot it out there. Nobody was fucking talking about anything, so.
I think it's a really good one because I think it matches, like it goes away from the sort of mechanical world, still's talking about science, but is looking at like because I'm obsessed with arguments from pragmatism, sort of can you use this, is this useful? And so I think it's a very interesting one to go, well, yes.
Like an application type.
Exactly. Yeah. If I'm right, can I apply that? Can I get profit or benefit or useful migration patterns from it? And I think it's quite cool in that it says, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there is something here, but like I said, like it says right here, space weather includes the solar wind of charged particles that constantly streams across the solar system. But what does that mean, right? Is it the solar system that we see in the cartoons and the globe that includes the Earth as a part of the solar system, or is it the solar system that we observe in reality, that is the heavens above? Because the ground is not in the sky, right? So that input from the heavens above into this medium that affects the birds that operate in the air and in the ground below our feet doesn't add up to the solar system that is depicted in the cartoons, right? In the globe cartoons.
Well, I would actually say, so if you have that question about the wording of the solar winds and what that means about space when, compared to what your conceptualization of it is, what's cool is that the authors of this article will respond to you if you write to them. So you could ask them those questions and see what they have to say.
No, not necessarily what they have to say.
Well, I think it would give you some answers. Like it's useful to have information than not, right? It doesn't mean you got to believe them because they tell you.
We
Yeah.
do know about the magnetic fields, right? And nobody's saying there is no phenomena that is happening with the magnetic fields. It's just
Right.
that you're saying that the Earth is part of this solar system, therefore it's a globe. It's not that their studies about the magnetic fields doesn't add to the solar system and the Earth being part of that solar system. Because the sky is heaven centric, not ground centric.
Yeah, you should write to him and tell him that.
No, I shouldn't.
Why not?
Why he's gonna change his article?
Well, it'd
No,
help
maybe
you
he has
understand. I
information.
wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only got one question. Correlative.
Sure, yeah, you're testing how it correlates.
Yes.
Yeah, that's for those flat earthers. A lot of people are scared to answer questions biological. Right when you said that. When you play chess, you gotta know you leap right into the trap and trap hat and just try to come out on top.
What? No idea what you're talking about, but maybe somebody else does.
He said eggshells, not Allison's sister.
Yeah, as in
Oh,
yeah, I
gotcha.
was talking before about how people avoid answering questions because yeah, I think chess is a really good metaphor for it because they don't want to answer because they're like, well, I don't actually know what you're asking me completely here, and
Right.
there's a chance that I'll stumble into a disproof of my own theorem if I don't know where you're going yet.
Hmm.
Yeah, so the go-to is just an honest man. Well, sir, that would be an
Right.
honest man.
Absolutely.
But so many people look here. It's more about the debate. Payment is about pressure. You know this.
Okay, so this just for entertainment, not for actually like talking about cool things and
Well,
figuring out how it affects.
this is just my opinion, Allison, and I think you
No,
deal with
I
it.
don't disagree.
Oh, okay. I think you deal with it too. So you're trying to have a serious conversation about something that might be useful in life, and I can get of how this is. I feed my family gun or shotgun. Yeah, I might track the migratory patterns. All animals. If I could have a up on them hunting. Some people say this is knowing where that's hunting. I would say it feeds family, practical thing, have causation. This theory is going to get you off here in outer space. Star Trek, hothead. You're going to feed duck, quail, and pheasant. Or had them proper.
Hmm. Never thought about that.
That is you modeling occurrences or predictive modeling. You know, I could predict that if we can use it in application, so this thing is actually applied in some human life better. Those are the sciences I prefer. Building, agriculture, livestock. Not sciences that get me on a double scotch night with joints thinking about I'm in Andromeda galaxy. Got all these fucking problems because all these cosmic over here are gonna fuck with cosmic storms over there, and our ducks are lost. And eagles die at sea. You know what I mean? Oh, we're just patterns turn, it gets us closer to the pole. If you can use that on, that's what gives
Yeah,
you hope for the future, but making the present better.
the thing
Humanity.
still works with the birds though, right? Which is if we understand birds better, we might be able to protect them. Because it wouldn't surprise me if we later find out that stuff we've
The
been
Earth
doing
is a
on
banana. Prove me wrong.
awesome.
Yeah,
That stuff we've been doing on Earth affects their migratory patterns, and
yes.
they're going extinct or something.
Yeah, so the magnetic stuff could also be applied to the amount of one thing they like to do say, well, this thing by itself doesn't put out a large enough EM effect any. Don't do take everything radio and EM, calculate it all together and say what would creating false magnetics and resonance affecting migratory patterns of animals, or even at a certain level drive them crazy. Dogs could be rabid, put pressure on their thing. Bears wondered if the wires power plants mess with bears on a rabid bear because you're pushing comes in, kills everything he sees. Because there are events where animals just go crazy in certain areas, all of a sudden starts attacking people, running doors. Story I read where they started saying that guy left a dog, lifelong companion, car with his son, went to do research on back and the dog killed. Started studying why this dog because they were now on a geographical canine. Effing that drove his dog fucking nuts.
Actually, there's also certain there is actually certain research and reports about even the military is using
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive. Programming our beliefs. That inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell you not to lie. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fishbowl. There never was a South Pole. We're surrounded by walls of ice, and we clearly live inside of a glass door. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into the sea, and then faking that life
There are around 1,500 aliens on the planet, most of them right here in Manhattan. And most of them are decent enough. They're just trying to make a living.
Cab drivers.
No, not as many as you'd think. Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
But why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet.
Imagine what you'll know tomorrow. What's the catch?
Catch is you will sever every human contact. Nobody will ever know you exist anywhere. Ever. I'll give you the sunrise to think it over.
Hey, is it worth it?
Oh, yeah, it's worth it. If you're strong enough.
Oh, we've got their ass. We've got their ass now. So, if the sun is 1,000,000 miles away and the moon is also 1,000,000 miles away, then why is it that you can see the clouds in front and behind the sun and the moon? Now, I know this might be hard for some of you to believe, and some of you still don't understand. So we gotta show you in real time of what it looks like. That right there is the moon at daytime. That's somebody in a plane. Oh, we got them now. There is no mistaking that the moon and the sun is not 1,000,000 miles away.
Spinning Ball Earth believers have a hard time understanding perspective and convergent point. I'll let an expert artist explain that to you so you can understand that. Perspective is everything.
Horizontal lines go away from you, vertical lines come towards you. Where does this come from? Well, it's the basic idea of the railroad track where you have a vanishing point here and you have lines doing this. And things get bigger as they come towards you and more horizontal as they go away from you. To expand on that, this is where you get this idea of Earth doing this. So this line is coming towards you, this line is going away from you.
Here are some visual aids to help globe believers to understand that. Sunsets are not caused by the sun going over a curved ball Earth. Sunsets are due to perspective. As the sun goes away, it sets beyond the horizon due to perspective. Sometimes due to weather conditions, the sun gets magnified during its sunset, making it appear huge. That's due to a condition called atmosphere magnification. It only occurs in certain regions, especially over the ocean, and in areas more humid. In dry regions, atmospheric magnification doesn't happen so often. Again, it all depends on atmospheric conditions, but the fact of the matter is, sunsets are due to perspective only. A shrinking sun, as you see here, is not possible on a spherical Earth. Sunsets prove we live on a stationary flat Earth. It's time for you to wake up and smell the coffee.
So, if the sun is 1,000,000 miles away and the moon is also 1,000,000 miles away, then why is it that you can see the clouds in front and behind the sun and the moon? Now I know this might be hard for some of you to believe, and some of you still don't understand. So we gotta show you in real time of what it looks like. Oh, we got them now. There is no mistaking that the moon and the sun is not 1,000,000 miles away.
And here is an example of the shrinking sun over the flat Earth. It's all due to perspective, and it is the sun that is going away. It is not a ball Earth spinning back away from the sun. It's not that hard to see once you realize the nature of the things. Why didn't we pay attention to this before? The Bible says the heavens declare the glory of God. Why did we keep ourselves so busy and never paid attention to that?
Check it out. I made a sundial with my Gleason map placed right here on Michigan, where I'm at 42 degrees-ish. So solar noon today is 1:18 p.m. So that shadow should align directly, point true north, as your shadow points true north at solar noon. So I also have the globe over here, which I have it inclined at its proper 23.4 degree angle. And we have the shadow right here. I have the gnomon also bent, angled at the same latitude as this one's also bent at the same latitude. This helps the shadow keep a uniform rotation, so that's why you have to angle your gnomon with your latitude. So this one's already looks like it's at solar noon, or just about. The Gleason map has about an hour to go. I think it's a little after noon right now, so we'll keep an eye on these and see how it goes. But they're both facing true north. So, and the globe, that's the angle it would be. Equinox is tomorrow. The sun would be facing it just like that. Right. So everything's good. 12:52. Looking pretty good. 12:52. Uh-oh, Globey. What's going on with you here, buddy? Okay, we're about 8 minutes away from our last reading here. Let's see. It's looking pretty good. Let's take a look at the globe here. Buddy, you are way off. 1:18 p.m. 1:18. Let's see. Pretty dead nuts on here. I got a garbage truck going down the street, so I'm talking really loud here. So check out my shadow. Let me show you. Check out the globe. Way off. Buddy, it didn't do too good. So this one worked. Perfect. pretty darn perfect. Final results, baby. Love y'all.
Why so few, you say? There are not a few of these giant trees. The remnants are everywhere. Our eyes only allow us to see small glimpses of what was. But the more your eyes open, the more you realize that these ancient trees were everywhere. You see, we have been told to dismiss what our eyes have told us for so long. Erasing all truths of the old world is a vast and extensive lie that branches off into all facets of our life. The lies are numerous, and the reason for it is quite simple. Those unaware of their true past, of their true capabilities and origins, are all that much more easier to control. It's not just about giant trees. Though the giant trees for me and many others were a big eye-opener to the true beauty of this world, to what's worth uncovering, and how much of it is hidden in plain sight for us to find. They want us thinking we're just hurtling around on a spinning rock in vast sea of nothingness, and we're just lumps of cells that don't matter, and all that around us is just rock. But trust me, friends, once you start opening your eyes to the true beauty of this realm, it truly inspires you and uplifts your spirits in ways you can never imagine. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
If we didn't go to the moon till 1969, which is right here, how did Universal know what the world looked like before that? And then when they did go to the moon in 1969, why did they change it to this? Maybe because they know we live in a basin. They know that water has to be contained.
Mommy, why can't they reproduce a spinning ball Earth with water stuck to it and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour?
They can't do that, my dear. In real life, Earth does not spin. It only spins in Hollywood and on TV. It's just animation, nothing else. See how water needs to be contained.
You are right, Mommy. The water needs to be inside the container, otherwise, it would spill all over. Earth cannot be spinning. Otherwise, everything would just fly off to space.
Exactly, my dear. I'm so glad you are so young and you already see through their lies.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Now sometimes you get water in the helmet, and it comes. It's either from sweat or from the cooling garments. And in some of my spacewalks, I had like water in the helmet. Not like I was going to drown in the helmet, but just little bits of water probably came from sweat. Often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Yeah. Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there? All right, well, I just encourage everyone to look up Bubbles in Space, #Bubbles in Space. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Holy cow, 100,000 views overnight. I had no idea this video was going to go viral, but since it has, and there's a lot of people in the comments claiming that there are pictures of Earth from space, let's address it. I don't even know where to start. For those that don't know, many of the NASA photos that they've put out claiming it is Earth from space, you can go into to adjust the settings as shown here, and you will see the box around Earth. The same thing applies to the Earthrise photo. If you go in and adjust the settings, a box pops up. What does this mean? It means that this is an inserted image. There is no box around the Earth in space, last time anyone checked. So this is an image that was inserted, proving that they are lying to you. So here we are at the Earthrise photo. If you go and do this yourself and adjust the settings, you will see it a lot clearer. Why are we inserting the Earth into images and proposing them to be real? Why are there 0 full hemisphere, like the entire half of the Earth, in frame between 1972 and the 2000s? So for 30 years, they couldn't take a single photograph of the entire Earth. About half the people in the comments are saying, oh, well, they couldn't get far away enough. And if you don't find it weird that they couldn't take a picture in 30 years, I just don't know if I can help you at that point. And also, to those that are sending the Earthrise and not taking it a step back further and realizing that we didn't go to the moon, they never went. And this has been exposed from NASA's own leaked footage. Sending me photographs from the moon, which we didn't go to, are pointless. Okay, so here we are at the famous blue marble, the one that was on everyone's cell phone when the new phones came out. But this is a fake photograph. You can't just, send a rocket up there and live stream us the Earth while the rocket, and then show it to us as a whole ball, and then maybe just take a screenshot of that. It's comical.
Nearly everyone interested in space has seen this picture. It was released by NASA and has the iconic name, the Blue Marble 2. You can find the picture everywhere, but one of the best places to find it is NASA's own website. This photograph is iconic because NASA says it is one of the most detailed true-color images of the entire Earth to date. To put it in a nutshell, the picture is iconic. Well, amazingly, it turns out at first the photo seems legit. Here we can see clear examples that the photograph has not only been doctored or constructed, but also strong evidence that whoever done the doctoring used repeating photographic templates. That is, they cloned parts of the image and repeated it. That is, the photograph is a construction. This does not happen in nature. Clouds do not repeat in the same pattern like this. The chances of this happening in the same photograph are low. The only way this could happen is if someone has cloned clouds and painted them on. This of course could be for a number of reasons. You could argue that NASA simply touched up the photograph for effect, or that it was a problem with the imaging systems that were used. But still the question exists, why is NASA releasing fake pictures of Earth? If they are going to release a picture of Earth, to be used in museums and by educators, as they state for the Blue Marble 2, then should they not release real images of Earth instead, or manipulated or fake images? Since the natural extension of this is, what other images have they doctored? The moon, Pluto, Mars, all of them. And if they are faking pictures to such an extent, whether by wanting them to look better, or other reasons, then what real scientific value are they? Isn't science about finding the truth? And is that not hard to do, when you are being fed inaccurate, or in this case, completely manufactured data? NASA says these images are to be used by educators, museums, and scientists. Which means, they are passing off the image as a real picture of Earth, when it is not.
Then in 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. It ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone. And turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it.
So look, if you want to believe that the only way to get a photograph is by taking ribbons of imagery and splicing them together and blah, 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 that Mr. Blue Marble said, then that's fine. You can live with that statement, and that's fine. But the thing is even if I were to give you one of these photos, or give you the couple shots from the moon, what strikes me is that, just say I gave you the photo. Okay, I was wrong. That is a real shot of the Earth from the moon, the Earthrise or whatever. The person goes, haha, got him. He's wrong and I'm right. Moving on. You don't go, wait a minute. There's only one picture of the Earth that they took of the moon in 6 missions. One? They would have taken so many. Think about how many pictures people take before they go out to dinner. Bathroom selfies. I mean, I've taken more videos in my car today. Yes, it's 2023, but you're going to the moon. You would take dozens, you would take hundreds. So the fact that people are just looking to say I'm wrong, rather than it set in and go, holy cow. Even if those pictures are real, they still admit they weren't able to take a single one for 30 years, and now they're photoshopping the most famous ones. If that's not a red flag to you, I can't help you. The only pictures that people are sending me are either from the fake moon missions, pictures of the Earth with a box around it, one that Mr. Blue Marble created where he's using Command Z a lot, and you can literally see where the clouds are being repeated and copied and pasted. Or we've got ones like this. Look over my head over here. What's that say in the clouds? It says sex, S-E-X, plain as day. It just reminds you of some of the Disney movies. We all know that Walt and NASA had a very close relationship. We know that Disney and NASA were both tightly connected with the CIA and Nazis, Project Paperclip. You're photoshopping the Earth, and the only pictures that people can find that they're sending me are sex written in the clouds and Photoshop boxes around it. There should be tons. So they're like, oh, well, here's a satellite, a Japanese satellite, the Himawari 8's taking pictures every 10 minutes. Are you going to accept that the only person that can take pictures of the Earth is some random Japanese satellite that started in the late 2010s? That has also been proven to be fraudulent. If you're up there, you wouldn't need to fake all of these images and videos. And please don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Compare NASA's photos to one another. Listen to their explanations. Ask yourself why America shrunk half its size in 3 years. Do you believe an organization that was founded by Nazis, Freemasons, and the CIA? I would encourage you to double check that information. Oh, but Justin, I just went on Google and looked up Earth from space, and there's tons of images. They're all over NASA's website. Guys, is that really all it takes? One Google search? You don't think we've done that? This topic has been raging on for 7 years now. We've verified NASA's photos. Look at these 2 pictures. 5 years later, same exact cloud pattern. Copy and paste. Find me someone that's taken pictures of our Earth that's not lying about it. If your girlfriend lied to you or your boyfriend lied to you 99 times, would you believe them the 100th time? Would you say one they just walked in and said it's not true, so therefore it's not true? I just went to the .gov website. It says here Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, so he must have killed himself. Guys, let's not be so gullible. There are now more questions than there are answers.
The Flat Earth map dates back over 1,000 years. This map is credited to being created by a Persian astronomer, Al-Biruni, who lived between 975 AD to 1048 AD. It's the official map of the United Nations and also the United States Geological Survey. It used to be present in many places before the creation of NASA and the Antarctic Treaty in 1959. Here you see it with Admiral Byrd. This map has been restored by Dmitry from Russia with suggestions of mine, Eddie Alenkar. Known by my YouTube channel Flat Earth Banjo, I asked Dmitry to include the Bermuda Triangle and Point Nemo, a place deep in the Pacific where NASA buries rockets. Then Robert Tozzi, a professional mapmaker, came along and enhanced the map even more. There are many people now selling this map online, but if you could order it from my online store, I would greatly appreciate it. Visit my online store today and order one of the items. I humbly thank you.
Alright guys, today we're outside and it is snowing, hailing, it's something or another in February. And we're discussing how I got to Flat Earth. Why I now think that the Earth is flat. How did I get here? Well, like I told you in the last video, I was an atheist or an agnostic most of my life. And one day I was on my way to a sleep clinic. And in hindsight, I feel pushed by the Creator. But let's just say I had a thought, and that thought was to find out the truth. So I went onto Google, and I typed in the truth about this world. And I got onto a website called Truthism. I think it was truthism.com. It's still there, I think. And it goes into some pretty crazy shit, like reptiles and all sorts. I'm not saying that you should go onto truthism.com and believe everything you read, I'm just explaining how I got to where I got to. So that then started a journey. That began in September, October. And for 3 months I was researching conspiracies. I was a conspiracy theorist, as they like to call us, but in reality, they're not really theories. And that phrase has a lot of negative connotations. But anyway, so by the time I got to Flat Earth, I'll just give you a small indication of the amount of conspiracy theories I'd looked into. Here's a quick list. Now there's many more, but here's a quick list. Fluoride, GMOs, vaccines, chemtrails, 9/11, Sandy Hook, Boston bombings, Paris attacks, missing flights, Illuminati, Bilderbergers, Bohemian Grove, Skull and Bones, CFR, Trilateral Commission, Freemasons, Satanists, Talmudic Jews, Federal Reserve, Rothschilds, the Bloodlines, NWO, or New World Order, NASA, controlled opposition, war on drugs, war on terror, evolution, Big Bang Theory, depopulation, the origins of viruses and diseases. This is a very short summation of the amount of conspiracies I've looked into. So, when I see in my recommended, on the right, in my YouTube, when I see on the recommended side, after 3 months of looking into conspiracies, I see a video called Flat Earth. And I remember calling to my fiancée who was in the other room doing work, because she's a primary school teacher, so she was doing her primary school teacher stuff, and grading papers or whatever. And I remember saying to her, and she's on the same page as me on a lot of this stuff, so I remember saying to her, there's a video on Flat Earth, what do you think? And she said, in just the most nonchalant way you would have thought, she just said, wouldn't surprise me. And that was it. She just called from the other room, wouldn't surprise me. And that's kind of where I was at. Alright? It wasn't that I was a flat earther from the very beginning, I'm not going to say that. But I was open to it. because of the sheer amount of conspiracy. That's turned out to be true. So that's how I got onto Flat Earth. I saw a video I recommended after 3 months of research, and I'm still trying to debunk it. And I sort of approach it from 4 different ways. I tried to prove the globe, I tried to disprove the globe, or debunk the globe. I tried to prove Flat Earth, and I tried to debunk Flat Earth. So I'm always trying from 4 different sides, and I still haven't really fully made up my mind yet, because we're constantly learning new things. We're constantly being given new information. If you don't want to be a victim of cognitive dissonance, you've got to be willing to look at new data, to look at new information, to look at new truths, and see how they fit into your existing belief systems. Now, if they go completely against your belief systems, then you may have to reevaluate your belief systems altogether. Like me. I was an atheist. I was an agnostic, and now I believe in the Creator. I'm not subscribing to one religion, I'm not subscribing to one branch of religion, but that's where I'm at now. So you've got to be willing to look at the information, the new information, and there's plenty of new information coming out there. So that's today's video. That's how I got onto Flat Earth. Peace, love, happiness, freedom, and all that.
Eclipses make absolutely no sense on the globe Earth. I compare here the path of several eclipses on the Mercator projection and on the Flat Earth map. On the Bull Earth you are forced to have a wobbling ball in space to fit the path of eclipses. Not to mention that the shadow of an eclipse on Earth measures around 50 to 70 miles. We all know that shadows are bigger when projected on a distance, but to fit the Ball Earth deception, they say that the contrary happens, that the shadow gets smaller. Look at the Mercator projection, and on the globe, you have there a zigzag path of eclipses. That makes no sense, so I plot these cities on the Flat Earth map and voila. Everything makes sense now. The sun and the moon are much smaller than we are told, and they make their circuit above the flat Earth when they cross paths. That's when we have solar eclipses. The lunar eclipse is caused by dark bodies that are not made public but that are documented in the Royal Astronomical Society of London.
Find the 93 million mile away sun.
Are you here, dog?
That's interesting, isn't it? I reversed it and inverted it here so you could see it a little bit better. Isn't that interesting? I wonder how that can be. 93 million miles away, and the clouds are going behind it. And in front of it, in fact. Clouds in front of it, and clouds behind it. Boy, that's a really strange phenomenon.
What up, fam? Believe it or not, the most accurate GPS in the entire world is owned by the Air Force, and coincidentally, it's closed code. So yeah, it's not open source, and the reason being is because we'd be able to back engineer the math proving that it's not a globe.
NASA spent $178 billion in today's value to put a man on the moon, and then goes ahead and erase the tapes. What kind of joke is that?
So where is this hard evidence?
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
But your own research has shown the telemetry data is missing.
That's right.
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
On top of that, they also destroyed all technology of the 60s and says it's a painful process to build it back. What a joke.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I get a lot of so-called pilots in my comments, so today I have a challenge for you. I want you to go, at nighttime of course, on a flight and fix your airplane on the stars. You can plot your course on the stars that you pick that will keep you going in a straight line. So you're going to stay fixed in inertial space, and the non-inertial rotating Earth will rotate out from under you. So you're going to fly from as far north as you can to the equator. What you're going to have to show is the ground rotating out from under the plane at ever-increasing speeds as you head for the equator. And you're locked onto that background star. You will see the ground rotate out from underneath you at up to 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. You have to show that, and also you have to show you're hit with ever-increasing, rotating atmosphere, which of course will be wind. So this is going to be increasing from 0 up to 1,000 miles per hour crosswind by the time you get to the equator. Of course, this is all fantasy and proof the spinning ball is fake. And please don't say gravity or its relative, because they are not proven to exist. This is 100% proof that the spinning ball is fraudulent and based on pseudoscience. This is just one of many proofs we live on a stationary Earth. Sometimes the moon reminds me of ice or a frozen lake. Especially this area of the moon. Not saying that's what it is, just saying it kinda looks that way.
I get asked that question a lot. Well, here's a perfect answer.
You'll never be able to see anything like this on your own. NASA and other space agencies, they give you images like this, but with your own telescope, they come out like this. And the only reason it appears to be round or spherical is because it's being processed through the software in your telescope. And if you have an older telescope that doesn't utilize software, it has a convex lens and concave mirrors inside that round off the image. And if you end up going to a planetarium, you'll be looking at CGI. And if you happen to get your hands on one of these, you'll be looking through filters. But if you really want to know what the so-called planets look like, get you a Nikon P900 camera and have at it.